Chapter 81. Compensation. Magnus brought his parents to his room. The invisible portrait was still hanging on the wall. But to show his parents, Magnus had taken another moving portrait from Hogwarts. It was the portrait originally belonging to Merlin. So, Arthur and Merlin both jumped to the other portrait. They now became visible to all. Even Ragnar was for the first time seeing Arthur. "Yo-ho, how are you, parents of Magnus? It is a pleasure to be meeting you," Arthur greeted. "Thank you for bringing this little boy into the world. My tree waited for a full 1,000 years before finding him," Merlin added. Grace and Adam were feeling numb due to so many crazy revelations. But they were not as shocked by the moving portraits as they had seen them in Diagon Alley. "Are we supposed to bow?" Adam asked. Magnus chuckled, "Ha ha, no. Arthur doesn't need that. He's a cool and simple person. Instead, you can talk about anything fun with him. Merlin though is sometimes grumpy but still nice." "Ha ha. He called you grumpy?" Arthur mocked Merlin. "And he called you dumb. That's what being simple means," Merlin retorted. "Excuse me, is everything my son said true?" Grace finally asked. Merlin turned to her and nodded. "True, Mrs. Grant. 1,000 years ago, I and Arthur already knew our end was near. We had no children, however. But we wanted our bloodline to not die. So, we left behind our inheritance. Only the most suitable was to get it. For some reason, the sentient tree I left found Magnus to be the right person, and I too agree with his decision. Magnus may be childish oftentimes, but he still has a heart of gold, dipped in a potion of bravery, cunningness and intelligence. Just like me and Arthur, he has the blood of the dragon now and is bound to do great things in his lifetime." Arthur also decided to add a few words. "Indeed, Magnus is actually the best of both me and Merlin, just make sure he does not get a habit of drinking when he grows up." "Yes, we can't have Magnus sleeping with the pigs now," Merlin commented. ****. That was just once. Arthur defended his honor. "Yes, the next time it was sheep," Merlin said. Arthur silently stared daggers at him. "Let's not get sidetracked. I was saying that Magnus is the true deserving king of England. You call it Britain now. The current royal family was warned that if they don't abdicate the throne when he comes of age or try to harm him, then they all will die due to a curse. Magnus took off from here, and they still dared to do it. They were the reason behind your transfers, the torment at work and also not being able to find new jobs. I have sent the letter to the Queen now, she has no option but to accept my demands." "Since when did you know this?" Adam asked. "I didn't know anything until the first day at Hogwarts. Anyway, Mum, Dad, your son will be the king someday, aren't you excited?" Magnus cheekily asked. Grace then stepped near him and hugged Magnus. "You be whatever you want, sweetie. We will always support you." Magnus melted in his mother's arms. "And as long as I have you, I can be anything." "Ooh." Arthur made noises. "Quack. Yes. Duck will get hugs too." Magnus picked the baby dragon and hugged him too. "So, our son will be the king in the future. Do you want us to do anything special?" Adam inquired. "No, I want you to live happily, that's all I wish for. All this was not supposed to interfere in your life from the start, but they decided to do it. Now, you will get your jobs back, and also some extra money," Magnus said with a smirk. "Ha ha ha, you extorted money from them. Arthur burst into laughter. Of course, damages for the mental stress they caused, Magnus said. How much did you ask for? Adam asked. Magnus showed 2 fingers and smirked. 2,000. Grace questioned. 2 million. Magnus announced. Happy smiley. Happy smiley. So much money. Grace exclaimed dumbfoundedly. We deserve it for what they did. But, this isn't really a lot of money. It's not even equal to 0.01% of what's in just Arthur's vault, let alone Merlin's combined. Magnus revealed. And you own all of it? Adam asked. Yes. I am very rich. Magnus replied. They were feeling more and more numb to whatever was coming from Magnus' mouth every second. Just accepting it, Grace sighed and got up. Okay then, let's go and eat dinner. I still feel so strange about all this. I will need at least one night to accept everything. Let's go, Mummy. Magnus held her hand and went downstairs with her. Next morning, Grace woke up. She looked around herself in confusion. Adam also woke up due to her movement. Sigh. Grace sighed and said, Honey, I had the strangest dream last night. Let me guess, our son turned out to be the rightful king of Britain. Adam plainly said. So it was not a dream. Does this also make us royalty? She wondered. I don't know about that, but you've been the queen of my heart since high school. Adam cheekily replied and came close to her to give her a kiss. Bam. Grace put her palm on his face and pushed him back. Brush your teeth, your mouth smells. Ugh, it was such a romantic moment. Fine. I'll go and brush, he grunted. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. She got off the bed and checked. She instinctively got attentive as the person in front of her was in a military uniform. It was an old man with a crossed baton and saber beneath a crown insignia on his shoulders. She knew he was a lieutenant general. But, she had no idea who he was, as she had never seen this old man in her life. The old man coughed and greeted, Good morning, Mrs. Grant. I am Lieutenant General Bradley Wilson. May I? Yes, please come in. She invited him into the living room and offered him a seat. Is Mr. Grant here? You should call him too. He asked. I'm here already. What do you want? Adam came. He was not happy seeing a person in uniform. What does the army want from us now? After serving for so many years, we were thrown away like garbage. Why should I not do the same with you? He questioned. Cough. Please calm down, Mr. Grant. The army recognizes its big mistake and we are ashamed of what happened. That is why I am here. Wilson said. Adam and Grace shared a glance at each other. The words of Magnus from last night came to their mind. Continue. Adam took a seat. Quickly, Wilson took out a file from his bag and gave it to Adam. We did an internal investigation and found out that someone in the headquarters was targeting you two for some personal grudges. We have suspended him. However, we understand that what happened to you two was very distasteful. So, we offer you 2 jobs again, in the army. In the previous offices you used to work at. In fact, if Mrs. Grant wants, you can become the head of the Department of Cardiology at the main military hospital. You two will be promoted to the ranks of brigadier. Your salaries will be double, and as compensation, the army has decided to give you this. He handed a check of £2 million, 25,150,793 in today's money. Adam and Grace gobsmackingly read the letter and checked the check. Meanwhile, General Wilson was wondering what the hell was going on. He had just been told to come here and tell these two people about their reinstatement, promotion and also the compensation. What sin did the army commit against them? He wondered internally. We are ready to accept these terms, Grace said and handed the papers back to Wilson. They were not going to be grumpy about it as they were being offered such good deals. Also, now they knew their son was going to be the king and they felt that it would help him get accepted by the people in the future if his parents served the nation in the army. Hearing this, Wilson got up to leave. Then I should be on my way to make your reinstatement official. Thank you for inviting me in. Once he was left, both Grace and Adam ran upstairs to see Magnus. It was all his doing after all. Magnus, wake up. Adam barged into his room. But there was nobody in the room. Where did he go to? Adam asked Arthur. They went out to do some running. Now, don't shout and let me sleep. Arthur muttered and again started snoring. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Racamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 sweet chocolate pancake. Warning, diabetes. I became the Pope. Now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 82. Smell. Where are we going? Ragnar asked Magnus. Both of them were jogging on the city footpath. To meet my lawyer. I don't want him to come to my home as we are also probably being watched by some blood purist. I can't go to his home either. After this, we will go and meet Snape. Then take him along to see my castle. Magnus planned. It seems we did the right thing to finish our holiday homework in the school itself, Ragnar muttered. It's their fault they gave it a week before the holidays started. To be honest, giving homework during holidays is just wrong. Kids get these holidays to spend some time with family, and the school tries to take away even that time. I guess I need to have a talk with Dumbledore later. Magnus muttered. Still, it's good for stupid blokes who don't study anything. I have never heard of a student failing Hogwarts ever, so I guess it's working. Ragnar replied. This is it. The coffee shop Ted told me to come. Magnus entered a good-looking coffee shop. Do you have reservations? A man at the door stopped him. Magnus had no idea what kind of high-class place this was that even for a coffee you'd need reservations. It is probably under the name of Ted Tonks or Magnus. The man checked it and found Ted's name. He was shown the table after that. Ted was already waiting for Magnus with a big stack of documents. So, why did you call me? Magnus took a seat and asked. Good morning, Mr. Pendragon. I need your signature on a few documents. These are related to Intel. We had to pay a lot of money to get the shares we have. But from what I've learnt in United States trip is that technology is the future. So many computer companies are coming up there. Maybe you should invest in some. Ted Tonks said at length. Do you have the names and details of such companies? Magnus inquired. Not yet, but it is still being compiled. However, I did get you a list of some companies related to the plan. For technology, you will have to wait as some companies are about to start up. That would be the best time to invest. In healthcare services, however, companies already exist. I have found a company called Medtronic. Medtronic is a global producer of medical devices and therapies. They have 4 main segments: cardiac and vascular, minimally invasive therapies, restorative therapies, and diabetes. I would suggest you invest in this company as it is generally small and has a huge scope of development. Also, as you said, because of increasing world wealth, people are eating more, getting more heart disease or diabetes. This company focuses on it too. Ted explained in great detail. Magnus' mind was actually thinking much further than what Ted said. Tilda, if I want to make the world's best hospital for mummy, then it's gotta be a heart specialist hospital. For the best hospital, we also need the best equipment. Tilda. Mr. Tonks, buy this company with any means necessary. Then inject $10 million in research and development. $5 million of it goes to the cardiology department. Magnus instructed. Ted had by now gotten used to Magnus' sudden burst of instructions. He was getting paid handsomely, so he never questions them and just writes them down. I will try. Buying it will be hard as it's a publicly traded company. What about the entertainment side? Ted inquired. Magnus read the report. But except for the big studios like Disney and others, nothing of interest could be found. So, he tried to look at the musical side. Just buy a decent record label and start expanding it around the world. I don't have any other companies in mind for now. The music will be a big part of life in the future as it gets easier to listen to. He planned. Ted nodded and finished writing it up. He drank his coffee calmly and turned to Ragnar. Do you want to invest too? Sure, but I'm more of a magical person. Tell me if there is a spot open for a shop in Diagon Alley. I would like to have my own potions shop. Ragnar revealed. Hearing him, Magnus exclaimed, really? Why didn't you tell me before? The ministry runs many of those shops. I could have extorted 1 or 2 shops if I had pushed. But it's okay, with their stupidity, I'm sure we'll get many more chances. Stupid they are. Ragnar chuckled. Okay, I must leave now, Ted. Also, congratulations, you're going to be a father soon. Haven't you decided on a name yet? He inquired. Thank you, Mr. Pendragon. And no, I'm not allowed to name my child, Andromeda has banned me. Ted sadly replied. Ha ha, you must have suggested some really bad names then. Okay, see you later then. Take care. Magnus and Ragnar then returned home. They needed to get their packed clothes as they'd be going to Snape's home at Spinner's End. Magnus quickly took a bath and came down to the breakfast table. But, when he arrived, he saw his parents looking at him weirdly. But, exceeding all his guesses, Grace launched herself at him and held his face in worry. Oh my God! Magnus! What is this scar on your eye? When did this happen? She asked loudly. Magnus, meanwhile, cursed himself under his breath. TSK. How did I forget to put on cosmetics after the bath, Ah ha ha. Mummy. It was just a small accident while playing. Magnus Grant, where did you learn to lie to me? Do you think I am blind to not notice when you lie? Speak the truth now. Grace demanded. Magnus bit his lips. He knew he couldn't just run away from this. Grace was very worried for him. But he didn't want to tell her the truth as it would scare her and break her perception about the magical world. Till now, she thinks it's harmless. Taking a breath, Magnus started to reply in a way that it was true and also left it to the listener's perception. Mummy, I was stuck in a closed hole during one night in school. A friend of mine was also there. He was scared of being alone. To help him, I stayed there. But, during that time, we met a very scary magical creature. My friend tried to fight it with his sharp blade, but it mistakenly touched my face. That's how I got this scar. It's nothing serious. Magnus changed the story heavily but didn't change its meaning. His friend was Remus. The scary creature could be counted as both Remus and he himself too, as no normal human can spew fire from the mouth. Then the sharp blade, werewolf claws, used by a friend to fight the creature, self, was also true. Grace hugged him tightly. You stupid boy. You put yourself at risk for everyone. When will you learn to be smart? Mummy, I am the smartest boy in school, Magnus said. You will be the death of me someday. Don't scare Mummy like this again. And don't put makeup on it, she said and helped him to the breakfast chair. After eating, Ragnar confronted Magnus in his room. So it was a werewolf. You can't fool me. I've studied them intensively for potions materials. Only their claws can leave such a mark. What are you saying? It could be Duck or Chad too, Magnus argued. Ragnar chuckled. I'm not a fool, Mag. Now, all I need to find out is who among our friends is a werewolf. Magnus sighed. Just promise me that whenever you do find out, you will not speak of it to a single soul. You have my word. Now, let's get going. I gotta check if Snape is our wolf. Ragnar immediately agreed. We gotta pick Bobby too. Then go to a secluded place and fly away on brooms, Magnus planned. Does your mom know you're going somewhere? Ragnar asked. Yes, I told her I was going to a friend's home, Magnus revealed. And Bobby will say he's at your place? Ragnar inquired. Magnus chuckled. Absolutely. That's how we've been going on our adventures since we were small. So they headed out after saying bye to Grace and Adam. They told them that they'd be back in a day. Magnus was also taking Merlin and Arthur along. They had said that they want to see his face when he sees the castle. They walked to Bobby's house. Prosperity had arrived at their family as Bobby's father's business started doing well since he got a contract from a magazine publisher. Now, they had a bigger house not much away from Magnus. Soon, they reached the front of Bobby's home. There, Magnus and Ragnar smirked and started shouting his name at the top of their lungs. Bobby, come out. We're here, Bobby. Where are you, Bobby? Bobby. Bam asterisk. Angrily, Bobby came running towards them. Stop shouting that. I hate that name. Magnus acted as if he did not hear him. Ragnar, I'm hearing Bobby's voice. He said he wants his name to become famous. Maybe I should buy some billboards. Do it. Ragnar urged. After having a laugh, Magnus spoke to Bobby. Just kidding, Bobby. Let's go now. We'll be flying there. Wait, I need to get my backpack. Bobby ran back into his house. But, at that time Bobby's dad came. He was going to work. Good morning, Uncle. Magnus greeted. Aha! Magnus. How's your boarding school going? Come for dinner someday, Bobby's mom talks about you all the time. He patted Magnus' shoulder and left. But once he was gone, Magnus' face lost its smile and turned serious. What happened? Ragnar noticed. Let Bobby come, Magnus said. Soon, Bobby arrived with his small bag and a camera. He also stopped, seeing Magnus' serious face. Magnus came to him and talked in a low voice. Bobby, remember that I told you about my ability to smell has become very good. Yes, you did say that. Why? What happened? Bobby asked. Then, when we come back, take your dad to the hospital and get his blood tested. He may have lung cancer in the very initial stage. But normal medication can heal him easily. Magnus revealed. Bobby's eyes widened. You can smell cancer. Yes, and much more. I've been to hospitals with Mom many times. It was a habit of reading people's medical files when they came. Magnus explained. ****. Thank you, Mag. I will call a doctor to take blood samples in the name of a regular checkup. Can't just tell him he will have cancer in the future. Bobby planned. That's such a cool ability. How about me, Mag? Am I healthy? Ragnar suddenly asked. Magnus turned to him and made a disgusted face after a few seconds. You have constipation, I think. Drink more water, Rag. He advised. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. ______________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****, Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 anti-constipation banana. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 83. Spinner's End. After gathering, they went to a big park. It was work hours, so there were no people there and kids were also busy with school. Their Christmas break had not started yet. Magnus took out 2 brooms from his expansion bag. Bobby didn't know how to fly, so it was risky for him. So, where are we going first? Bobby asked. To get our 3rd member of the round table. Severus Snape. Ragnar answered him. Magnus got onto his broom and called Bobby to sit behind him. Come, sit tight. We will be flying there. What? But won't people see us? Bobby inquired. Magnus took out his wand and chuckled. Magic, boy, magic. Now, hurry up and sit. Bobby excitedly took a seat behind him. Brooms were enchanted to feel comfortable and not like a rod passing over your ass crack. So, Bobby didn't even feel he was sitting on a pole. Magnus then put a charm on himself and Ragnar's broom, to make it so nobody and see them fly. It was a simple charm used by most wizards. Hey, Mag. Isn't using magic outside school illegal for underage wizards? Won't the trace tell the people at the ministry? Ragnar asked. Magnus shrugged his shoulder. I don't know. Nobody has come after me till now. I don't think I have a trace on me. TSK, so lucky. Ragnar muttered. Okay, hold on tight, Bobby. I don't want my chubby friend to fall and, you know what will happen then. Magnus warned him and slowly took off. Their feet left the ground slowly. Bobby exclaimed in excitement as a funny feeling rose in his stomach. The trees grew smaller around them and buildings in a distance became clearer. And then, Magnus accelerated. Asterisk zoom asterisk. Woo 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 woo. Bobby shouted. Ha ha, I knew you would love this. Now, let's pick up some speed. Magnus went full speed. Bobby looked around at the changing scenery. It was much better than traveling on a plane. You can't feel the air from that little window without dying. Snape's home was on a street called Spinner's End. It was in Cokeworth, a large town. Snape had told him that the place was very gloomy and old and not to expect much. But when Magnus reached close to it, he realized what Snape said was an understatement. The place was not just gloomy, it was dead. Bobby had a shiver run down his body when he saw the area. I never knew such a place existed in our country. It's as if this place is stuck in the war era. The place was covered in chilly mist, that drifted over a dirty river that wound between overgrown, rubbish-strewn banks. An immense chimney, relic of a disused mill, reared up, shadowy and ominous. There was no sound apart from the whisper of the black water and no sign of life apart from a scrawny fox that had slunk down the bank to nose hopefully at some old fish and chip wrappings in the tall grass. It was a town with several streets of identical brick, terraced, houses. It was located near a dirty river, the bank of which was strewn with litter. There was a disused mill with a tall chimney in this town. It was a poverty-stricken neighborhood. Ragnar felt the gloominess of the area. No wonder Snape was such emo when we met him. This place can make a kind spirit go bad. Where is his home? Magnus remembered what Snape had said. He said he lives in the last house in the Spinner's End street. So, they landed down in an alley. The place was 90% abandoned, so there was nobody to see them magically appear. From there, they walked in the streets. They stood side by side, looking across the road at the rows and rows of dilapidated brick houses, their windows dull and blind in the darkness. All houses were identical. Okay, we're at the end, is it the left house or right? Bobby inquired. Magnus shrugged and took a long breath in. Snape, which house is yours? In response to his ear-shattering echoing voice, a noise of utensils falling came from the house on their left. The next moment, loud voices started coming, as if somebody was fighting. But, at the same time, the window of the house on their right opened and an old man peeked out. Ha! Who shouted? Is it morning already? Ragnar chuckled. No, old man. Go back to sleep. Hey, what if he needs to go to work? Bobby stopped Ragnar. Magnus smiled. Then he will find a surprise at his door today. Magnus put a small packet with money on the door for disturbing the old man, and then went towards Snape's house. They came to the door and proceeded to knock on it. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. SEV. Open up. Magnus shouted. Soon, the door creaked open. But it was not Severus, it was an older man in dirty clothes. Go away, runts. The man shooed them. Magnus did not take crap from anybody. What happened to you, Sev? Last I saw you, you were a little boy. How did you turn into this greasy, old and useless man? What did you say? You disrespectful bra. Magnus did not let him speak another word as his spare wand was on the man's throat. You must know what this is, right? Ha ha, you think I'm scared of that? You cannot use it on me for being underaged, I know that. Mr. Snape smugly said. Locomotor Wibbly. As soon as Magnus chanted that, Mr. Snape fell to the floor. The spell was Jellylegs Jinx used to collapse legs. In shock and fear, Mr. Snape looked at Magnus. Magnus pointed his wand at him in disgust. You clearly don't understand anything about magic or the magical world. Sev could have shattered your bones if he wanted to, with a simple drop of a special potion in your drink, but you were still a blood relative. However, I do not care who you are, to me, you are a pathetic lowlife who beats his family, and I have zero respect for people like you. So, you better keep your mouth shut as long as I'm here or you are not spoken to. Am I clear? Mr. Snape nodded his head, so Magnus entered the house. As soon as he entered, he found Severus standing at the door of a room stupidly. What are you doing, Sev? Magnus asked. Nothing. I just woke up. But I found him returned here. I can't believe my mother let him enter the house, a pathetic woman who made the wrong choice at every turn of her life. Severus muttered. He said he has changed, Sev. A woman's voice came from the room. Magnus, Ragnar and Bobby peeked in. Mrs. Snape was there, but her face had bruises. And you believed him? Just like that? Do you even want to live a better life? I'm starting to believe you enjoy all this torment. Severus said. Magnus quickly took the situation under control. Calm down, Sev. This is the reason why I made you the heir to Prince family and not her. We can also permanently deal with Mr. Snape. Now, get some health potions and treat your mother. Severus sneered at his mother and went to his room to get some potions. Eileen quickly got up, seeing Magnus. She was ashamed but also very thick-skinned after having spent so much time as an abuse victim. Magnus. Let me cook something for you. I heard you like pancakes. She spoke. Magnus didn't talk much to her and just nodded. He had no idea how to deal with her. She was as much mentally scarred as physically. He was not going to be rude to her, even though he felt angry at her. After that, Magnus returned to Mr. Snape. He had crawled to a seat by now. He took out a paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Sign them and get £1 million. Don't sign them and get your body broken and then forcibly made to sign, no money too. That's the best deal in the history of deals, Ragnar added. Tobias Snape was a retired post office worker. He was not in retirement age but he was let go due to his drinking addiction. But thankfully he was eligible for a pension and that was what ran the family. Now, he looked at the crazy kids in front of him. Where is the money? He asked. Magnus nodded towards Bobby. He came forward and opened a suitcase taken out of Magnus' expansion bag. Tobias' eyes shined seeing the money and he rushed to sign the papers. Then he lunged at the suitcase and took it. Good, now, I want to see you gone from this house in 5 minutes. If you return or try to contact your son or ex-wife again, you will get struck by a spell much worse. Understood? Magnus ordered. Tobias now had his legs normal, so he ran into his room and got his stuff, which was not much. Then, he dashed out. Once gone, Snape came to Magnus. Why did you give him so much money? It's a waste. Magnus smiled towards him. That's not my money, and it's better you don't know what happens to him from now on. Your mother can now go to the new house I just bought for you. You can pay me back when you start earning. You should get your bag and come with me now, he instructed. Snape nodded and told a few things to his mother. Then came with Magnus. They went out and saw the same gloomy street. Magnus sighed. You know what? I'll buy this place. You want to buy my home? Severus wondered. No, I want to buy this town. Okay, let's go to my castle. Magnus was pumped about it. His shouting immediately improved everyone's mood. Asterisk window opens asterisk. Ah. Is it morning now? It was the same old man. This time, Magnus replied, yes, it's morning now. Oh, someone left something at your door. I got a letter. I got a letter. Whoa. It's been 10 years. The old man seemed so excited and closed his windows to go downstairs. Seeing this, Magnus sighed in worry. I hope he doesn't get a heart attack when he sees the money envelope. Let's go, guys. You can see Spinner's End on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 cup of sweet gorilla bath water. Effect: drinking it can cure your humanity. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 84. The Castle. /n. This chapter has images. Check the paragraph comments or the Discord server. Tobias Snape. He was the happiest man for the past 2 days. He was so wealthy that he could buy anything. Maybe get a new house and then live off the good interest on the money. But, a drunkard always thinks about drinks. So, he actually just rented a small apartment over a liquor store, like a lion making its home near a rabbit hole. He would buy liquor every day. It was his substitute for water. He even bathed in his for some weird fetish. He was happy leaving his family behind and blessed Magnus every time he drank. But his fun came to an end when the police knocked on his door. They searched his apartment and found so much cash. It was obviously suspicious. So, they checked it. And found it to be money belonging to the bank, as the cash Tobias had a code that was not yet issued to anybody. So, he was taken into custody. Even though he tried to tell them it was not his money, nobody believed him. He was found red-handed and there was enough evidence to put him behind bars. The bank never issued a public statement because they were ashamed, as they didn't even know when the bank robbery took place. Since then, Tobias Snape disappeared from the world's eyes. Magnus had actually sent a letter to the police the day he took money from the bank. He felt distasteful stealing money, so he actually put 1 million into his own account there first. This way, he was just taking his own money. But he had no idea what had happened to Tobias. Because he was on his way to his castle now. It was very far away, on the western coast of the United Kingdom. They flew 4 hours to reach there. But they couldn't find the location at the shore. So Magnus asked Merlin in the portrait. Merlin quickly voiced, "Ha ha, of course, you can't find it. It's my castle. Also, it's not just on the shore, it's actually an island, west of the northern mainland. It was fully enchanted by me, and that is why none know of it. Just follow the coastline until you will start feeling a ting in the head, Magnus. From there, head left, over the sea. Soon, you will enter a magically protected area, and that's it. Also, it's better if you enter first, as your blood will let you see the island but others can't. It is like a Fidelius charm but much bigger and better." So, Magnus followed the instructions after having Bobby sit with Ragnar on the broom. Merlin and Arthur's portrait also demanded that they stay outside with him. After traveling north on the coastline, Magnus finally felt a ting in the head. From there, he took a left. He continued to fly for several tens of kilometers. After more than an hour, he finally felt a little strange. As if there was a barrier in front of him. He warned his friends, "Stop. Wait here for me." He knew this was it and excitedly headed right into the barrier. He felt as if he was passing through an invisible wall. He also felt as if something scanned him. Soon, the tingling in his head turned into the happy chirps of a bird. "Don't tell me, this island is sentient?" he asked Merlin's portrait. Yes and no. At most, you can call it a quarter sentient. It does not understand complex feelings. It just exists and is alive in a way. Go on, you will see the island soon. Merlin seemed as excited as Magnus. Magnus did not stop. He made his broom go faster. Eventually, he saw something on the horizon. There were hundreds of black spots. Slowly, he came closer and was left in awe. The whole shoreline had small mountains at equal distance. On each mountain was a humongous stone statue, wearing armor and holding a spear. Whoa! They are so awesome! Magnus shouted in excitement. *SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH*. As soon as Magnus reached the shoreline, all the statues took to the knee, as if saluting a king. "They can move?" he asked. Merlin answered, "Of course, I studied the sentinels at Hogwarts heavily and then added my own magic. All these sentinels you see are the guardians of this island. It's the first line of defense. Don't take them as a joke. They can throw their spears at the speed of sound, and as long as they are connected to the ground, they can keep on summoning more spears." Magnus awed at them. "This is so amazing. You're a genius, Merlin." "Heh, glad you noticed." Merlin sarcastically replied. "I bet I could have defeated them with my Excalibur." Arthur also voiced. "Of course you could. It was an enchanted sword, one of its kind." Merlin talked back. But Magnus ignored their bickering and returned to call in his friends. Then, he showed them the sentinels. They too looked at them in awe. "How big is this island?" Bobby inquired. Magnus did not know, so he turned to Merlin. Merlin answered, About 200 kilometers in all directions." "That's huge!" Ragnar exclaimed. "Keep on flying to the castle, the main course is still remaining." Arthur nudged. Magnus looked forward to seeing what the castle looked like. Since he heard about owning it, he wanted to see it. And now, his expectations were reaching the sky because of how blown out he was by just the sentinels. As they flew by, they saw so much diversity in the environment on the island. There were tall mountains, there was a small desert, there were jungles and also grasslands. It was a cluster of everything Earth had to offer. What are these two statues now? Magnus asked. In front of him was a huge valley, on whose sides were two giant statues of what seemed like robed people with staff. Merlin explained again, this is Wizard's Pass. Beyond this point on the island, all magic based on bad intention gets banned. If you try to do it, then these two will send a very strong punishment towards you. Well, not you as you're the boss. Can it differentiate between jokes and really bad magic? Ragnar asked. Yes, that it can, otherwise, I would have died much earlier, pranking Arthur. Merlin jokingly answered. Magnus and the rest passed under the raised arms of the Wizard's Pass. They felt as if they just got covered under a layer of magic from that point. They again saw various changing landscapes, but all the main stuff was mostly in hilly green areas. It took them 1 hour to reach near the center. From a distance, they saw a giant plateau, going in a circular shape for as long as they could see. Coming closer, they found it was not a plateau but something similar to what they saw on the shore. These were all man-made structures. A giant wall, made with morphing mountains. The whole wall had many peaks and each peak had a giant sentinel with a sword near its chest, held in a knightly pose. Each mountain supporting the sentinel was also a castle in itself. What are these called? Snape wondered. This time Arthur answered, these are all called home sentinels. Like those on the shore, they are meant to protect the insides of the island. They can fight very well, all of them have their fighting abilities mirrored from me. Magnus with sparkling eyes looked at each of them. Each such giant sentinel depicted one Arthur that could cut mountains. Why did you even need all these? Who were you protecting the island from? Bobby asked. Everyone wondered the same hearing the question. Merlin snorted, can't a man have some ambitions? We just wanted to make a wonderful place for ourselves, so we went a little overboard. Still, in those times, wild dangerous magical beasts and dark beings were much more prevalent. Also, none of these sentinels can leave the island, so it was just for home safety, Arthur added. Okay, ask questions later. These home sentinels mark the start of the main castle area. Just a little more in and you will see the main thing. Merlin insisted they continue. They did exactly that. Magnus was in the lead. The landscape now remained green, with lots of lakes, grasslands and mountains. Then, finally, Magnus came to a big opening and in a distance, he could see some structure. Cones of a building to be exact. But, as they moved closer, their heads started to sweat. The scale of the building was beyond their wildest dreams. They thought it was impossible to beat Hogwarts in size, but here, in front of this building, which could be a castle or maybe a castle city, Hogwarts seemed like a child. There was a boundary wall, going around the whole area. Then there was the castle, which just kept on going higher. It was unknown if it was a mountain or just a building, but they had a feeling it was the latter. The highest point of the castle was as high as the tallest mountains in the surrounding region, and those mountains actually had snow at the top. Even around the castle, there were clouds here and there. It had whitish walls and orange roofs. There were so many buildings that Magnus estimated a big metropolis could be established in it. This is crazy, Magnus exclaimed. The scale was mad. But that was not it. It was beautiful and well kept. Ha 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 ha. Arthur started laughing with pride. Ah, I guess we did go overboard with this, Merlin muttered while stroking his beard. What is the name of this castle? Ragnar asked. Finally, Arthur revealed, Welcome to the Real, Camelot. Both the island and the castle are called that. Magnus nodded. It made sense, what else would it be than Camelot? Does anybody live here? Magnus asked. Why don't you find out yourself, you own it after all. Merlin replied with a smirk. Excitedly, Magnus zoomed towards its entrance gates. He wanted to walk towards the peak of the castle, experiencing all that it had to offer. But, as soon as he stepped inside the boundary gates, he saw some movement. You can see the sentinels, wizards pass, border defenders and the castle on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 diamond engraved banana. Effect, gives you good luck in market investments. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 85. Grand Elder. As soon as he entered the boundaries of the castle, in front of him, a white horse appeared. But, when looked closely, he found it was actually a unicorn. And soon after, many more magical animals as well as normal animals started coming out of the different alleys. There were more unicorns, lions, wolves, hippogriffs, big magical snakes, Nundu, a kami, sphinx, griffin, Zuvu and many more magical creatures. All of them, even though so many of them were biologically each other's enemies, they were still there together. Whoa, where did you all come from? Magnus asked. Zuvu was the first to get closer to him and started smelling him. Maybe it confirmed something, and the next moment, it excitedly started licking his hand. Ha ha ha, you're like a huge cat. Magnus chuckled while petting it. Then he looked back at the various animals. Merlin at the same time cleared the confusion. I'm glad they are all still living together like a family. Who took care of them? Magnus asked. We did. All of a sudden, a voice came. Magnus turned towards the voice and found a large centaur there. Then a goblin came to its side, and then a Veela. After that, all of them kneeled. Welcome back, Your Majesty, they said it together. In fact, the animals had also bowed their heads. Magnus was taken aback. All he knew that these intelligent species were very prideful and never bowed to anybody. Why were they doing it for him, a human? Ah, don't do that. Kneeling is so old-fashioned. We shake hands now, Magnus said. No. Traditions must be kept. Each generation we have learned about the rightful king's return, each generation trains itself to be of use to the rightful king, and at last, our generation got the honor to see you. We cannot shame our ancestors by disrespecting you. The centaur spoke in his majestic voice. Merlin spoke from the portrait, I am proud of you all. I brought all these magical and non-magical animals, and you all intelligent species on this island as an experiment, to see if we all can coexist. I was afraid that by the time an heir is chosen and returns, you all would have killed each other. But I am happy that I was proven wrong. You all did very well, children. Lick asterisk. Ha ha ha. Magnus's concentration was broken by a laughing sound from behind him. He turned around and saw his friends being greeted by the animals. Ragnar was so scared of the Nundu that was checking him out. Snape was surprisingly petting a snake. Then there was Bobby. Shockingly, a baby phoenix had come from somewhere and it was now at the movement in the process of grooming him by licking. Unicorns were the only bunch still maintaining a distance, as they were a very shy and prideful bunch. You made this castle? Magnus asked Merlin. Yes, not just this castle but every single inch of this whole island, even the island itself. Every single grain of this island was made with my magic imbued in it. I used all kinds of magic and artifacts I collected from around the world. This island is made of magic, or it would be right to say, it is magic. Merlin revealed. Where are all the humans? Arthur quickly asked the centaur. There was a war, they killed each other. The centaur revealed. Arthur felt saddened by this. Well, I guess we're a hopeless bunch. Magnus sighed. I don't know what to say about this, but I can kind of imagine what would have happened. Humans are very quick to pick weapons at each other on the point of difference in opinions. Okay, don't turn this gloomy, what are your names? The centaur introduced himself first. I am the chief of Centaur tribe, Arcillus. I am Goldruck, chief of Goblin tribe here. The goblin greeted. Finally, the beautiful Vela spoke, and I am Sylvie, the matriarch of Vela tribe. Magnus felt a ting in his head when he heard her voice, but it seems the magic of the island stopped any hormonal changes in his body. He smiled and introduced himself. Thank you for taking care of this place. I am Magnus Grant Emreus Pendragon. I hope to work alongside you all in the future. Oh, we're not the caretaker of this island. That would be the Grand Elder. Goldruck suddenly spoke up. There is someone with authority over you. Magnus questioned. Of course, and she can be very scary sometimes. If you break rules, she makes you work until your body breaks. Sylvie shuddered just imagining it. Even the majestic and proud centaur was shivering. Whoa, she's gotta be some scary person then. Magnus thought. Where can I meet the Grand Elder? Magnus asked. She lives in the royal castle, keeping the place clean and beautiful with her own hands. Arcillus, the centaur answered. Can you lead the way? Magnus requested. Of course, please follow us. They started walking up to the royal palace at the top. Magnus, on his way, saw a lot more goblins, Vela and centaurs, living together, smiling and also bowing towards him. There were not a lot of them though. Goldruck told them that there were goblins, centaurs and Vela as the only intelligent species, and there were about 400 of them all combined. In fact, there were a lot more animals on the island. So, the huge city castle had just 400 people living in it. Magnus was going to keep it that way. He'd rather have a peaceful small community than a chaotic big one. What do you all even do? Magnus inquired. Goldruck answered, we mostly do smithing, enchanting and rune smithing. Centaur are good at traveling around, so they are responsible for growing food in the fields. They also make very good potions. Vila, on the other hand, makes clothes and other basic necessities items. Our community may be closed, but we are not dependent on the outside world. That's amazing. Do you know about the outer world? Magnus inquired. Arcellus replied, of course, every once in a while, a goblin goes out there. They just go to sell or buy some special items. But they bring back newspapers from both magical and muggle world. None of you ever felt like leaving this island? Bobby asked. Sylvie shook her head and answered, no, we dislike the world outside. We know that we are considered lower than humans. We are discriminated against, so why would we want to live in that racist world? In fact, we pity all those that live outside. That is correct. Humans have refused to join together, again and again, it is clear throughout history. Be it Muggle, wizards. Ragnar said, as a first-hand victim of human monstrosity. Ah, we're here, you may go inside. We are not allowed to enter without her permission. Arcellus stopped. They were standing in front of a huge door. That was the only way to enter the area beyond. Magnus nodded and went to push the door. It opened as easily as pushing a feather. The door fully opened, revealing the main castle of the king. Oh! I missed this place so much. Arthur commented. Which one of you actually ruled this place? Snape asked them. Oh, I had actually given it to Merlin, but, as the king, I was still the ruler. The other Camelot in the human world is already gone, destroyed by my so-called successors. Arthur explained. Wait, so this is where the real round table was formed? Magnus asked in excitement. No, the real round table was formed in the Muggle castle, we didn't make this place till much later. But, the real round table, the one at which we sat, is actually here. Arthur revealed. Magnus was looking forward to it now. Okay, let's meet this Grand Elder first. He and his friends entered the castle. They were calling for this Grand Elder, but nobody came to greet them. Merlin told them the way towards the throne room. So, they eventually came to the hall. It was big and empty, there was only one place to sit at the end, it was for the king. Behind the throne was the dragon emblem. Grand Elder. Where are you? Magnus shouted. Nobody answered, so Magnus went to the throne and sat down on it. Ah, this is very comfortable. I feel so sleepy just by sitting. He, let me try to. Bobby came running. Magnus let him sit on it too, as the throne was too big for his little body. Me too. Ragnar and Snape soon joined. Arthur and Merlin chuckled. The throne belonged to the King of Britain and there were 4 kids, playing with it. So he's the new king. All of a sudden, an extra voice came. It was a female voice. Magnus and the rest turned to look where it came from, but there was nobody. Is that you, Grand Elder? Magnus asked loudly. Yes, it's me, Your Majesty. The voice replied. Where are you? Magnus asked. Behind you. The voice shocked the 4 of them sitting on the cramped throne. You can see the centaur, the goblin, the Vila and the throne room on my Discord. https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 ultra no homo banana. Effect, gender band's your best friend so you can bang them. Good luck. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 86. Supreme Unwavering Loyalty. /n. This chapter has many images. Check out the paragraph comments or Discord. Magnus and the rest immediately turned around to see who it was. But there was again nobody. Here. They turned back to the front and finally they saw who this Grand Elder was. It was certainly not as grand as they were expecting, more like cute. She was wearing a red dress with a boatie, then there was a pointy wizard's hat on her head and in her hand was a small wand. You are the Grand Elder? Magnus asked her in disbelief. Of course, dear. I've been living in this castle for the past 200 years. You, as the King of Britain, can address me simply as Martha or Old Lady. I am Chad's great-grandma as well. She respectfully said. Her voice though was so kind and calm that it felt like music to the ears. What? All of them exclaimed at the same time. I knew it. Arthur loudly exclaimed too. I felt strange about that fat cat from the start and was thinking about the cat we hired to keep the castle maintained, Arthur said. Magnus, meanwhile, was in shock. Can Chad also speak? No, he's still too young to be able to speak, Martha replied. Happy Smiley. You, what species are you? I never read about any talking cats. Magnus asked. Oh, I am not a normal cat, I am actually a half-Niesel. My first ancestor was a true cat, but he was experimented on by a mad wizard. Merlin saved him and fixed the damage to the body. However, the experiments that the mad wizard did somehow became successful as Merlin was healing. Since that day, that cat turned into a little humanoid cat. He is dead now, but his bloodline keeps on going. She explained. Snape spoke, so you're an entirely different species. Yes, she affirmed. If you are this old, then I'm going to call you Grandma Martha. Can't believe you sent Chad to me. Magnus decided. She chuckled, he, then that would be even better. Come, I will show you the round table, I heard you talking about it when entering. You were spying on us? Bobby questioned. No, my magic allows me to feel this whole castle as another part of my body. I am connected with it, so I know everything that goes on. She revealed. Now I know why they all fear you so much and call you Grand Elder, Ragnar muttered. She was very small, so her feet moved much faster than theirs and it made her look very cute. She was a cat after all and deserved hugs and pats, but knowing she was also 200 years old, they stopped this urge from turning into actions. She kept on walking, striding across various halls. The doors opened automatically with her approach. Soon, they arrived at a big door, which had a huge dragon etched on it. "This is it, the room that has the round table. You can open it, Your Majesty," she suggested. Magnus nodded and went forward. He put his palm on the door and gently pushed it. Without making any noise, it opened. The other side was dark, so he couldn't see anything. But, as soon as he put one foot inside, the room lit up. It was big, but there was nothing except a giant table at the center. "Whoa! This looks so intimidating," Magnus muttered. "This is the table where Britain as we know it was planned out," Bobby awed. Magnus went forward to see the table. It had a dark shiny marble finish on top. But, what made it look apart was the rune characters shining on it. Then there was a dragon line art on it, made of some orange shiny thing. The table looked majestic beyond what Magnus expected. "Bobby, Ragnar and Sev, take seats. Let's have our first official meeting of the Round Table. We will discuss what to do to increase our influence," Magnus announced. Hearing him, the three turned serious and took seats. Martha smiled. "So hard-working, Your Majesty. Let me send some refreshments." Magnus kindly nodded at her and said, "Thank you. Also, you are the caretaker of this whole castle, you can call me Magnus. Let Your Majesty be reserved for others." Martha nodded. She was liking this king more and more. So young and yet so thoughtful. "Very well, Magnus. I will not disturb you now." She left the hall. Soon, they were the only ones present in the hall. Magnus had put the portrait of Arthur and Merlin on a seat too. They were going to be his advisors. "Okay, let's start this meeting. We will need more people to fill the remaining 21 seats. Any guesses who it should be?" Magnus asked. Bobby immediately raised his hand. "Nocturne Alley." While Magnus was making plans to change the world for the better, his enemies were sharpening their daggers. The death of Abraxas Malfoy was not something Magnus had planned. But, in Lucius' mind, it was all Magnus' doing. Along with the curse Magnus had spoken at him, his mind wouldn't let him forget Magnus. Since the day of Abraxas' death, his life had turned for the worse. With his father's death, he lost all influence his family had. Now, he was also the last of his bloodline remaining. But what disgusted him more was the behavior of other purebloods whom his father used to consider friends and allies. They all turned their backs to him. Even the Black family patriarch ignored him when he asked their help to kill Magnus. Nobody heard his cries. He, alone, spent his days in his big family home. He had a meeting set up here. With someone very important. He was never too much of a believer of the pure blood theory. To him and his father, it was just the means to an end to get rich and powerful. But now, his mind had changed. "Tilda Magnus, I will make you feel the same pain soon. You just wait. Tilda, he muttered under his breath. Whoosh asterisk. Someone apparated in. It was a woman. She had black messy hair, milk-white skin, she was beautiful, her body had curves in all the right places. But her facial expressions screamed danger and crazy into onlookers' minds. He. "Lucy, are you still brooding over Abraxas' death? Ah. You're like a puppy. But I won't give you a hug, only 2 people are allowed to touch me. Ha ha. You know who they are, right? Do you want to touch this maiden too, Lucy? Is that what those staring eyes mean?" She spoke non-stop like a mad witch. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. The noise of another apparition came. This time, it was a very tall and slender figure. He immediately called the woman out. Bellatrix, apologize to Lord Malfoy. Ah, forgive me, my lord. She immediately apologized, but her face showed she was loving being scolded. The tall man then turned to Lucius, who was already kneeling for him. Get up, Lucius. The tall man went close and gave a creepy hug. He patted Lucius' shoulders. The death of Abracus is a loss to the whole magical Britain. He was an important member of my order. But, he was taken away. He spoke with great passion. Lucius' eyes turned red, trying to hold back tears. Asterisk bam asterisk he suddenly kneeled again. My lord, please, grant me justice. That mudblood must suffer. I am ready to do anything for that. Lucius requested. This time, the tall man forcibly made Lucius stand up. He creepily caressed Lucius' silver hair. Yes, yes. Revenge is a must. For a mere mudblood filth to even look at us. A lesson will be taught to the world. My fight is for us all pure blood. Once we win, we shall rule the world and all those beneath us shall serve us. Lucius Malfoy, you have my word, justice shall be given to you. But, my order demand loyalty, supreme unwavering loyalty. Can you give me that? He asked. Lucius looked at the hairless face of the tall man. He stared directly into the eye with a resolve so firm that nothing could break it. I give you my everything. Lucius answered. Ha 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 ha. Then you shall be one of my commanders from now on. Your job is to bring those misguided pure-blooded kids in the Slytherin house to the right path. To me. You shall receive my dark mark only once you graduate, as it might get traced by Dumbledore and put your life at risk. I value you far too much to risk your life. Death will now follow the so-called Merlin's descendant, Lucius. You focus on your work and we will watch over your back. Lucius immediately knelt again. This time, the man did not make him rise, instead, pointed his wand up and cast the dark mark in the sky. He then loudly voiced, I, Lord Voldemort, treats his fellow purebloods right. For we are the pure and true wizards. We are the bringer of death to all those who carry the tainted blood of the filth. Welcome, Lucius Malfoy, to the Order of Death Eaters. You can see the Martha, the Round Table, Nocturne Alley, Bellatrix, Dark Mark and Dumbledore on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 longevity banana. Effect, makes your PP immortal. You may die, but your PP will never. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 87, 87. Stingy Magnus. We're not in school, Bobby. Just speak what you have in mind, Magnus said with a chuckle. Bobby started, I personally believe that we should keep this round table as small as possible. From what I understand, in old times, people came together loyally under King Arthur because they all wanted peace and stability in the region. We have it all right now. Food, peace, luxury. We cannot trust as many as 25 people. At most, we should keep this a 6-person secret group. We can be the real round table. Behind the round table, we can create another group, which will be like the round table and will have a full 25 members, but they will not be a member of our inner circle. Snape nodded to his plan. Bobby is right, we cannot trust 25 people to keep our secrets as well as follow our goals. Human greed knows no bounds. That I agree with. 6 should be a fine number for our real round table. We can make a different group of 25 members, though we will still treat it as an extremely secretive group, Ragnar added. Magnus listened to them all and had to agree. You're all right. The round table can be the secret overseer of the working branch. But, what should we call this other group? This was something everyone thought about. But they couldn't come up with a good name. Just then, Arthur suggested something. Magnus, why not keep the tradition going? You named the main group Round Table. The second group is going to have many members, so why not call it Order of Merlin? It shares the name with the wizard medal now, so even if someone hears about it they'd be confused. Yes. Finally, you said something useful, Arthur. Magnus praised. He. Thank why? What do you mean by finally? Arthur asked but got ignored. Magnus enthusiastically named it. Okay, the Order of Merlin will be our main working group. We need at least 25 people on it. All must be absolutely trustworthy, have motivations to do good, and they should either be extremely talented in something or have money or power. Ragnar and Snape are from the same school and year as me, so they can't really find anybody. Maybe in the magical world but not in the muggle world. Bobby, you need to do it. I want all kinds of intelligent people, doctors, engineers, artists, politicians, inheriting children of rich company owners. But remember, honesty, trust and loyalty is the highest priority. Your mum and dad are first-class doctor and engineer, why don't you add them? Bobby asked. I will include them, that's for sure, but not right now. I want to give them a few more years of peaceful and fun life. When I become the king, our group will start working much heavily. Magnus answered. Ragnar, Sev, I want you to work on a health potion for muggles. A tonic that can increase body health to the peak. I want them for my family. Magnus requested. You got it, I will start working on it. Theoretically, it shouldn't be hard to make. Ragnar confidentiality assured him. Good, and how are you going to deal with the royal family? Snape asked Magnus. Psi asterisk. This. I have no idea. He muttered. Door opens asterisk. Refreshments. Martha returned with lots of food trolleyed magically getting pulled behind her. Yes, I was starving. Bobby exclaimed. After they ate food on the round table, they felt like sleeping because of all the traveling they did. They also had to return the next day or else Magnus and Bobby's parents would start questioning their whereabouts. Instead of finding a room to sleep in, they decided to go to the highest balcony of the castle and sleep there. The starry night sky was above them and the full moon was lighting up the whole area. Magnus had a wide view of the whole castle from there. It was lit up with lots of torches. Home, I think they can benefit from electricity. He thought. This is beautiful. Never in my life, I thought something like this could exist. Even though I have no magic, my life has become magical. Bobby said happily. Magnus chuckled. An 11-year-old boy, owning his own company and researching computers is magical in itself, Bobby. I am shocked why none of the big universities have scouted you by now. Where would you like to go? MIT, Stanford or somewhere else? For now, I would like to remain in the UK and work on the company as well as the round table. I will go to Oxford. For now, I heard they started a computer program and it's good. Maybe I'll do my master's from the US, there's gotta be some geniuses we can include in the Order of Merlin. Bobby explained his plan. Cool, you're going to be a world-famous genius scientist. Magnus praised him. Ha, who are you fooling? You are a genius in both magic and Muggle studies. You deserve to be called the genius. Bobby argued. All right then, we're going to be genius brothers. So, are you only going to focus on tech? Magnus asked him. No, actually, technology is not even my main target in life. Remember, I told you that I have decided what I want to be in this life. It is not related to technology or science. But, I understand that the future will be all about computers, that's why I am involved in this. Bobby explained. Whoa, I am really interested in your life goals now. Can't you tell me? Magnus asked. Sure, I will tell you the day you get crowned. Bobby averted his question. Heh, being secretive, huh? Well, I like surprises. Anyway, good night, brother. Magnus went to his makeshift bed and slept. The next day, Magnus wanted to see how the people and animals on his small personal island were living. So, he went to the market district. There, each of the 3 species had their own shops, selling specialized stuff. Grandma Martha was there to guide them. This is the best shop to buy enchanted items. The Goblin Chief Goldruck runs it himself. She introduced them. Woo-oh. Is this a goblin-made cauldron? Ragnar excitedly ran inside the shop to see the item at the showcase. Magnus and the rest also followed into the shop. Goldruck was there. What special ability does this cauldron have? Snape asked. After all, he was also a potioneer. The shop sales goblin came forward to tell them about it. This is just a simple cauldron, but we have made thin pipes in its walls. It makes the heat spread out evenly all around the cauldron, makes the potions much better in lesser time. The goblin explained. Nice. I want 5 of them. Ragnar ordered. Sure, but the price is not cheap for a goblin-made item. 1 cauldron costs 10 galleons. The goblin said. Ha, that's pretty cheap to me. Give me 5 of them. Ragnar proudly ordered. Then, he turned to Magnus and immediately held onto his shoulder. My brother, you are the best friend in the world. Will you let me borrow some money? I didn't bring it. He requested. Magnus coughed after hearing his sudden change in voice. Cough okay, but I didn't bring the money either. But Marth had his back. It's fine, Magnus. There is a royal vault in the castle, filled with riches. Really? Can you take us there? He asked. Sure, just follow me. She then led them to the underground part of the castle. It was as big as the castle above, and if one didn't know their way around then they could get lost here. She brought him in front of a giant metal door. Only I and you can open it, but I don't have the permission to take out all the money. He went ahead and opened it. Because he had seen his vaults at Gringotts, what he saw now didn't make his mind go numb. But that could not be said about Snape, Ragnar and Bobby. Their jaws were touching the floor. Magnus sighed. This is a really big hall. I think this vault is as big as the 2 vaults in Gringotts combined, and this place only has gold and precious stones. How much money do I even have? I'm gonna need to audit it someday. Magnus, you got so much money, you should buy us presents. Maybe that cauldron? Ragnar asked. Magnus scoffed. Ha, that's how you turn poor from rich. You wanna buy stuff? Buy it with your own money. TSK, so stingy. Ragnar muttered. You can see the vault on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 weeb banana. Effect, makes you look like your favorite anime character for a week. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 88. Moody on duty. Magnus. Stop playing with the phoenix. We gotta go back or else our parents will start looking. Bobby was currently in the process of dragging the King of Britain. Just one more pet, Bobby. I promise. Look how cute he is. Magnus protested. You've been saying that for the past hour. Bobby did not succumb to his words. Why don't you use the portkey? Grandma Martha voiced. Magnus, Ragnar, Bobby and Severus turned to her. Magnus asked, where does it lead to? In your castle near London. She revealed. I got more castles. Cool. He cheered. You actually own 36 castles across the world. You will own more when you get crowned. Martha revealed. Magnus was in shock. Do I pay taxes on them? No, most are magical properties. She cleared his doubts. Magnus hated losing money the most. This means I can also come back here whenever I want. That's awesome. Let's go back and I will bring my mum and dad here. Magnus decided. Follow me, I will show you the portkey room. It is the most well-guarded place in the castle as it's the only place where normal people can portkey into. Other than this, the whole island is anti-portkey and apparition. She told them as they walked. Soon, they arrived in a room with lots of statues. But these statues were actually permanent portkeys. The real security in the room was a wall of fire covering it from the sides. Only when someone enters does it split from one side. And if an intruder enters, the room gets flooded with fire. Which one to London? Magnus asked. The one with the weird long cylinder hat. I always found London people weird, so I made it like that. Martha pointed to a statue. Okay. Grandma Martha, I will return later with my parents and pet dragon. The dragon will remain here, as keeping a level 5 beast out there can land me in a lot of trouble. Magnus notified her. Hearing him, Martha's red eyes shined. That would be wonderful. I always wanted a dragon to be here, as the king had a dragon in the name. He, true. Okay, see you later then. Take care, Grandma Martha. Magnus waved his hand and went close to the statue. Bobby, come here. This is a portkey. It can teleport you from one place to another. Though let me warn you, you will feel weird in the stomach after using it. But, do not take your hand off it no matter what. He warned. Ragnar and Severus also came up to it and put their hand on it. At last, Magnus put it on and muttered. Portkey. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Well, that was exciting. I should cook good food for him when he comes next time. After all, he calls me Grandma. Martha muttered after Magnus left. Asterisk pop asterisk. X4. All of them started vomiting as soon as they reached the place. Why are you vomiting? Ragnar asked. What? You think I'm used to this crap? Magnus replied while trying not to vomit. I hate portkey. Bobby also cried. Snape thought was silently vomiting because of how edgy he was. Wait. We returned to London, how will Sev go back? Magnus asked. Snape's eyes also widened as he realized that. He quickly made a plan. Lend me your broom. Okay, but you should go tomorrow. It'll soon be going dark. Magnus suggested. He nodded at that. Nobody wants to travel at night, even less so a kid. After all, if even grown-ups could get scared of the monster under their bed, what were 11-year-old kids? Cool, come to my place then. We must clean this vomit though. Magnus sighed. Buy some house elves, Ragnar suggested. No. No to slavery. Magnus immediately denied. Who said you need to treat them like slaves? Just give them a better life while they work for you. Ragnar insisted. Actually, you're right. I will go to the ministry to look for 2 elves tomorrow. Let's see how big this castle is first. Magnus decided. The best way to look at how big it was to go outside and look at it from a distance. So, they got on the brooms and flew into the sky. Soon, it became clear. The castle was a fairly big one, but not as big as some other castles they'd seen. The best part though was the greenery surrounding it. Okay, let's postpone exploring it and go back home first. My mum will get into super detective mode otherwise. Bobby, are you staying at my place too? Magnus asked. No, I gotta go home today. Or maybe I can come back after showing my face at my home once. Bobby said. Do just that, he said. After that, they flew for 15 minutes and reached 10 Privet Drive. The place looked amazing from the sky, with lights lighting up the houses and streets. Also, there were the Christmas lights. Magnus's dad was also there, putting the lights on the house. He was back into his happy and active mood because of getting his job back, salary increment and also the promotion. But, what made him feel so good and dreamy was knowing his son was actually going to be the King of Britain. His pride was touching the sky. The same was the case with Grace. She had cooked a meal enough to feed a few hungry horses. She just wanted to celebrate everything good that had happened. "Ah, Dad, let me help you." Magnus took out his wand and waved it. All the long strips of lights flew around the house and placed them neatly. Some also flew to the small lawn and decorated the tree on it. "Light them up, Dad," Magnus said. Adam quickly put the plugs in and switched it on. "Whoa-era!" Bobby exclaimed. Magnus had put the lights in a way to make a giant dragon spewing fire. The lights on the house made a dragon and the one on the lawn was the fire. "Magic is so convenient," Adam muttered to himself. Asterisk sniff sniff asterisk. "Dad. Let's go in, Mummy has cooked some good stuff it seems." Magnus excitedly ran into his home. "Mum. I'm back." He entered his house with a loud announcement. Grace was in the kitchen and her chuckles reached Magnus. So, he ran to her to see what she cooked that day. The smell is so good." "Let me guess. Chicken?" he asked. "With gravy, and also meatball spaghetti, lasagna and also ice cream brownies," she added. "Nice, Bobby. Ragnar and another of my friends will be coming to eat and stay today." Magnus told her to be sure there was enough food. She felt energized. The more noise there is, the more livelier the dinner will be. "Go and get your friends to wash their hands. I will put the dinner on the table." Asterisk quack asterisk. Magnus looked at Duck, who was wearing a cute little t-shirt and sitting over the refrigerator. "Hey there, Duck. Where are Chad and Summer?" Magnus asked. Grace pointed towards the living room, where Summer and Chad were sitting in front of the television as it showed Tom and Jerry. "Ha ha, I guess they aren't much different from real children," Magnus chuckled. "You have no idea. Summer is such a good girl. She even greeted the milkman today morning, though her face might have looked scary from the window and the milkman screamed like a little girl." Grace remembered what happened in the morning. Magnus loudly laughed and went to the living room to give hugs to Summer. "By the way, Mag, there was a letter for you. It said it came from the Crown and had your longer name, so I didn't open it. It's on the coffee table," Grace told him. With interest, Magnus took the letter. On the cover, it gave Magnus' address, but it was actually addressed to Magnus Grant M. Reyes Pendragon. His full name was only popular in the wizarding world and maybe the royal family also knew it. Is it another threat or an apology? He wondered and opened it. Grace, Adam, Snape, Ragnar and Bobby also came to him to see what it was. Across the street, inside the house rented by the Order of the Phoenix, 2 people were keeping an eye on the Grant home. "Whoa, look at that decoration. He's certainly not hiding, he's a Pendragon," the woman bodyguard said. Kingsley came to the window and looked. "Wait. It was not there a minute ago. Is that Magnus? He used magic." He was horrified. Magnus just broke 2 laws. Performing magic in the presence of muggles and also underage magic. "No, it just appeared out of nowhere," the woman clarified. Asterisk pop asterisk. Moody arrived. Kingsley quickly explained the situation. "Did you get a notification about underage magic being performed?" Moody asked. "No, I got nothing," Kingsley answered. "HMPH that brat. It seems the trace does not work on him. Truly, born with God's blessing." He muttered and grumpily spied on the Grant house. He was here because he had received some bad news from the ministry. About the dark mark that recently appeared in Nocturne Alley. "I hope those bastards don't show up here. I hate killing during the Christmas holidays. Moody complained to himself while holding his staff tightly. He was not going to show any leniency to anybody who tried to hurt Magnus or his family. Not because Magnus saved him once, but because he really liked the kid and genuinely wanted to see him grow up and rule. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 ultra-long apple branded banana. Effect, overpriced but your personal charm and impression increases by 100%. Eat it in public and the opposite gender will have an orgasm by just watching you. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 89. The letter. Magnus opened the letter to read. Seeing everyone near him, he decided to read it louder. Dear Mr. Pendragon. This is Elizabeth II, in full Elizabeth Alexandra Mary, officially Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and of her other realms and territories, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith. Magnus chuckled and commented. Ha! Talk about narcissism. She knows she's not the queen anymore and yet addresses herself as such with me. He said. But won't you be called the same after you get crowned? Ragnar asked. I don't want to, Magnus replied. But you will have to. Some traditions are meant to look grand to the general public, that's it. Adam added. Okay, we'll think about that when I reach there. Let's continue the letter now. Magnus shushed them. He continued reading, this message is handwritten by myself, considering the seriousness of the matter. I would like to deeply apologize for what happened to your parents. It was an act not sanctioned by me. It was all done by my husband, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, without discussing it with me. I have accordingly punished him by taking away his duties from the office. I ask you to find it in yourself to forgive us. We have also agreed to all your demands. Further, I would like to meet you personally and discuss the future. I promise you that nobody will now trouble your family. I will await your response at the address given below. That was it. Magnus turned the page and took out a pen. There he wrote, I am busy right now, you do your job, I will meet you when I want to. Also, no, I will not forget your husband. Nobody gets to mess with my family. If you really want my forgiveness, then publicly announce that Prince Philip will have all his authority and power stripped for him for misusing it. Wait, are you sure about this? Grace stopped him. Mummy, don't pity them. They are power-hungry people, you show them weakness, they will eat you alive. Let me deal with them. Magnus said. But, she's the queen. She muttered. She was the queen. At the moment, she has no right over the throne she's sitting on. I am the king now and she is just another noble. The faster she realizes she has no other way to get out of this situation other than by surrendering to me, the better it will be for her. If she tries to hurt you again, then the consequences will be much worse next time. Magnus said seriously. He's right, Grace. Don't forget what we've been through in the past 3 months. It was all their doing. They are so uncaring about the lives of others that they feel nothing destroying someone's life while they themselves sit in a luxury home. Magnus is doing it right. Adam supported Magnus. ****. But, you're just a child. She argued. It was not her fault though. Any mother would feel worried if their son was going against powerful people. He. Do not forget I am also a wizard, Mummy. I can just curse them. Magnus replied with a smirk. I will not allow bad language in this house, Magnus. Grace immediately warned him and pulled his ear. Ah. Mummy. I was talking about magical curses. Magnus clarified. That's fine. Okay, go and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. She hushed them to go away. Even Chad, Duck and Summer were made to wash their paws and claws. After that, there was a tasty dinner where they had joked and talked. Magnus was sharing his room with his friends. They had made makeshift beds with some extra mattresses on the floor. Magnus, what is the address of the new home you bought for me? Snape asked. Magnus quickly handed him a piece of paper by throwing it from his bed. Snape opened it and read it. He gawked a little after reading it. Magnus chuckled, yes, it is in the neighborhood where Lily lives. Oh. Sev is blushing. Ragnar teased him. Who is Lily? Bobby was confused. A redhead that Sev likes, Magnus revealed. Oh. Nice. Bobby also teased him. Snape, though, was not offended in the slightest. He was enjoying his friendship with his bros and knew that this was simple friendly pulling his leg. He appreciated it actually, as it was much better than having no friends at all. With Magnus, Ragnar and Bobby, he had friends who were very smart in various things and he got to learn new things with them, like computers that Bobby told him about. Not to mention, all the adventures. Yeah, I like her, so what? At least I'm not like Magnus and Bobby, having hots on each other. Snape talked back. Hey. We don't have hots on each other. We are brothers from different mothers. Magnus clarified. But, Bobby suddenly jumped on him. What are you saying, Mag? Don't try to hide it now. Yuck, stay away from me, Bobby. It seems you're in bad company in the school. Magnus pushed him away, making all laugh. Guys. You are wrong. Magnus is straight and I think he already has a girlfriend. Emma Vanity. She's always circling around him. Ragnar butted in. Oh. Should I tell Auntie Grace? Bobby now teased Magnus. Magnus grunted, who's ever going to like her? Yeah, she's pretty, but all she thinks about is Quidditch and brooms. She's got no brain for the important stuff. Look, he even talks like a couple, Snape interjected. Magnus rolled his eyes and went to sleep. Yeah, whatever. Ha. We got him this time, boys. Ragnar laughed. Soon, they all went to sleep. The next day, Magnus was going to go to the ministry. Undisclosed location. My lord, what are your orders? A man wearing a skull mask asked. Voldemort had called this meeting of Death Eaters to decide upon the future direction they will take. We must ascertain dominance over the ministry. Only then can we make laws that only support the purest of blood. The ministry has become too tilted towards the Muggle-borns. They are now even allowing Muggleborns to live in the same places as we do. We must change the law. We have a good grip on the Wizengamot oath. It's time to make it a majority, by hook or by crook. We will now target the blood traitors. Killing is not allowed, as they are still pure bloods. Spread terror, spread misery. Bend them to our will. Voldemort ordered. My lord, what about that Merlin boy? He has become an icon for the half-bloods and especially the Muggle-born wizards. If we don't do something, then they might gather around him. A Death Eater asked. Voldemort nodded and looked at the sky. I have already put a plan in action for him. As tainted as his blood may be, the magic of Merlin that runs through his veins cannot be ignored. We can either make him our dog or give him a dog's death. All hail Lord Voldemort. A random Death Eater shouted, and what ensued was mad cheering as they raised their wands to cast curses towards the sky. Soon, one by one, all of them started to dissipate. In the end, only Voldemort and one more person remained. Ah! Lucius, did you see their firm belief in me? You too can believe in me. I will get you your revenge, but it is only sweet when tasted by one's own hands. If we are able to get him into our ranks, then you shall hold his leash, if we can't then you shall be the one to break his neck. But, you must grow stronger for that. I will make sure the Black family still keeps their word and don't break the engagement. Get Narcissa Black to push your agenda in the Slytherin house after you leave the school next year. Sirius Black has become a blood traitor, and now the Black family must prove their will to me. Get Narcissa to keep an eye on Regulus Black, who will be starting school next year. Remember, Lucius, talent and influence is not something you get in one night. You must work for it from a small age. As I did, and now you shall too. I will teach you magic personally. Yes, my lord. Lucius bowed his head towards Voldemort. He was ready to do anything as long as he gets his revenge. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 banana butt plug. Effect, makes you lucky, but each time you get lucky, the butt plug's size increases. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 90. House Elves. The next day, Snape left in the morning on a broom. Ragnar was going to stay with him. Bobby, on the other hand, had to go back to his home and then to school. Magnus and Ragnar were left alone. But they needed to go to the ministry to get an elf or two. Mummy, I will be back by lunch, Magnus informed his mother. She had to go to her new office anyway. But, what was nice was that now it was just 20 minutes away from their home. Even Adam's office was now 30 minutes away. They were also brigadiers, and as it was a very high rank, their workload also decreased. Grace would only be asked in special more complicated heart surgery, and Adam was now supposed to only be the supervisor of various engineering projects. Okay, sweetie. Take care. Grace kissed his forehead. Then, she kissed Ragnar's forehead too. She was treating him like he was her son too. Maybe it was just motherly instinct, knowing Ragnar lost all his family. Bye-bye. Magnus waved his hand as they left home in their cars. Just as Grace and Adam left, a knock on the door came. Magnus was close to the door, so he opened, thinking maybe his parents forgot something. But, when he opened the door, it turned out to be someone else. Professor Dumbledore. What are you doing here? Magnus asked in wonder. Dumbledore replied while stroking his beard, just came to make amends to the sour introduction I had with your father. Also, meet another of my family members. You didn't even know about him before the inheritance test, why do you care? Magnus asked. Because except my brother Aberforth, there are no Dumbledore left. You and your father may not have the surname, you still do have the blood of a Dumbledore running in your veins. Dumbledore said. Magnus shrugged, well, you're late. They just left for the office. Yes, I am also here to put some protective wards on the house. As you know, the situation is not very good with the tensions rising between the Ministry and the Death Eaters. They might target you. Dumbledore warned him. Magnus smirked, and you think I don't know about that, Professor? The first thing I did when I returned was to start enchanting my home with lots of charms, wards and curses. You put them. Do you mind us adding some more? Dumbledore asked. Sure, you can add if you consider Merlin's spells weak, Magnus replied pridefully. ****. You learned it from Merlin? Dumbledore asked. Yes, I did. He's a very good teacher and knows basically all subjects. Magnus revealed. Dumbledore rubbed his beard and fell into thinking, home, he refused to teach students when I asked him the last time. Maybe he didn't want to teach anybody except his own blood. That will be fine then. What about your parents' personal safety? Dumbledore asked. I'm sure you know about the 2 bodyguards you have put behind them secretly, I thank you for that. Also, I have charmed their cars and the accessories they wear. Magnus said. He had charmed their rings to cast a protege charm around them in case of an attack on their life. It required a lot of work to do, but in the end, he was successful. ****. He's 10 steps ahead of us. Dumbledore thought. Then I believe I should take my leave. As everything here seems all right. Dumbledore turned around. But before he could apparate away, Magnus stopped him. Stop right there, Professor. You have a big pool in the Ministry, right? Maybe you can help me get 2 house elves. Also, you can give me a lift to the Ministry. Magnus requested. Though his voice didn't seem to be of someone requesting. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped, he knew that meeting Magnus never goes simple. But, blood was blood. Fine, come with me. But why do you want house elves? Don't you hate slavery? He asked with a slight mocking attitude. Magnus explained, I need them to take care of my castles, also, I will give them a better life. Are we apparating? Dumbledore nodded. Magnus turned back to Ragnar, let's go. Hell no. I'm not going through that vomit-inducing experience again. He immediately rejected me. Ha ha. No, Rag, this will be a very small jump, you won't even feel it. Trust me, even I hate apparition. Magnus peer-pressured him to join him. So, they grabbed onto Dumbledore's arm and apparated inside the Ministry of Magic visitors lobby. I still feel a little weird, but not as much as that time Ragnar checked himself first. You get used to it with time, Dumbledore assured them and started walking. Where are we going? Magnus asked. Level 4 office for House Elf relocation. That's where they keep the information of any masterless house elf and also reassign them. Dumbledore explained and got into an elevator that first went backwards and then downwards. It was never simple architecture with wizards. When they came out, it turned out to be an office in the corner of the floor, in a very dark place that screamed that this department was ignored by the ministry. They went to the reception where a man sat. He was asleep and there was a calling bell on the desk. Asterisk tring tring asterisk. What? I was not sleeping. The man immediately stood up. Dumbledore sighed. Since Newton retired, this department has degraded so much. Yes, Mr. Pendragon here would like to buy 2 house elves, Dumbledore said. The man there was first hyperventilated seeing Dumbledore, then he looked at Magnus and went full-on fangirling. Your Majesty. My name is also Magnus. I feel so honored to be sharing my name with you. Yes, you want to buy elves. I got the list right here. Magnus wryly smiled. Thank you. Are you the only person here? Oh yes. I am the only employee of this department. There is rarely any work anyway because most house elves never get freed and need reallocations. Rarely is it that the owner dies and they come here. The man explained. Oh, understandable. Thank you for the hard work. May I know who the remaining house elves belong to? Magnus asked. The man nodded. Sure. There are only 2 house elves left actually. They have been up for taking for the past 20 years. Nobody in Britain wants them since their master died when he came here to hunt magical creatures. Are they not from Britain? Can I meet them? Magnus asked. Yes, I will call them. Just wait a minute. The man enthusiastically ran inside some back room. You should avoid them. If they have been here for so long, then either their behavior is too bad or they are too old to do anything. Maybe Hogwarts can take them and let them pass away with no burden. Dumbledore suggested. Magnus nodded. He would help them if they were too old to be working. We can do that after seeing them. Soon, the man returned with 2 elves. Both of them were indeed old, but not so old that they would look dying. Instead, they were in neat and clean suits. Yes, suits. One also had white-combed goatee on the chin and even a monocle glass on one eye. The other one actually had black hair and a long black beard. Magnus had seen a few house elves in his days spent in the magical world and nearly all of them seemed identical. But these 2, they were so unique and they even looked healthy. Hello, I am Magnus Grant Emrys Pendragon. Can you 2 introduce yourselves? Magnus politely asked. The older elf with a monocle quickly stepped forward and gave a gentleman's bow with one hand extending. Good morning, sir. I am George Washington. PFFFT. What? Really? Magnus quickly asked, to be sure. Yes, sir. The old elf answered. Magnus chuckled while looking at the other guy. And what are you, Abraham Lincoln? Ah, splendid, sir, you are so intelligent. The elf with a long black beard replied. The smile left Magnus' face as he looked at the ministry official. Where was their old master from again? He was from the United States. The man answered with a frown. These two elves had been stuck in the ministry's throat for the past 20 years, the main reason was their mannerism. They used the word sir a lot and it often annoyed some British people. Magnus looked back at the two elves. They were also looking at his face. Their face showed a different kind of confidence, but there was hidden nervousness in their eyes. He, this will be interesting. I will take them, you prepare the papers. Magnus ordered. The two elves and also the ministry official took a sigh of relief. We will serve you well, Mr. Pendragon. We have been learning the British etiquettes for a while now. We will even wear dirty clothes like the other elves, the elves said together with a bow. No, you guys, you don't need to change. You are perfect as you are. I want my elves clean, suited and smart. You two may not know, but I will be the King of Britain soon, so you will be representing a royal, and for that, you two must look good. Just don't use the word sir with people other than me or my friends. Magnus instructed them. It turned the two elves happy as they showed their smiles. But George Washington had crooked teeth. Just like what history told. Maybe this is why he was named George Washington. But what about Abraham Lincoln? Maybe it's just his face, he does look like a midget version of Abraham Lincoln, just with long ears. Magnus talked to himself. You can see George Elf on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. One stone equals one quantum banana. Effect, makes you see all alternate versions of yourself and remember everything perfectly, including the ones where you are the opposite gender and get banged. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 91. Trouble incoming. After signing the documents, Magnus took the two elves with him. Dumbledore was going to give them a lift back home. But as they were coming to the visitors' lobby, they found the Minister for Magic and a few more pure-blood members of the Ministry. Seeing Dumbledore, they had to come and greet him. But when they saw Magnus, they made faces. Magnus in return also made faces as the disgust was vice versa. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Minister Eugenia greeted him and then turned to Magnus. Good morning, Mr. Pendragon, she said. But sounded much less enthusiastic. Hello, Magnus greeted her back. Let's go, we have a much more important thing to discuss than waste time here. A guy from the back said. Soon, the rest nodded and left. Tilda home. Supporting a terrorist is very important after all. Magnus sarcastically thought to himself. He was still very unsure on which side the minister was. Politicians were hard to understand. Let's go back, Professor Magnus said. Dumbledore nodded and took all four of them back to the Grant home. Magnus could not use the elves yet as they had not seen his home in the first place. After dropping Magnus, Dumbledore left quickly to do whatever he did. Nobody knew what he really did anyway. He welcomed the two house elves into his home. Okay, let's make one thing clear. You are not my slaves. Magnus straightforwardly told them. We do not consider ourselves slaves, sir. Our previous master taught us since small that we were just a species dependent on others' magic. Abraham started. George also added, you were our last hope. If you had not taken us, then the ministry would have removed us from the office. That clerk was gracious enough to have fed us for the past few years, or else we would have died long ago. Magnus felt bad for these two. They were too smart to be in magical Britain. Now he understood why nobody took them in. Tilda, that clerk was a good man to have fed them. A few 10,000 galleons should make him happy. Tilda, he decided to reward the man also named Magnus. Okay, now I will tell you what your job is. You will mostly be taking care of my castles. Just maintaining them with magic should be fine. Other than this, you can every once in a while make something healthy for my parents to eat. You know how to stay invisible from muggles, right? Magnus asked. Of course, that is something we learn at an early age. We cannot let muggles see us. George replied. Good, now, the only muggles you are allowed to be seen by are my parents and my best friend Bobby, Magnus instructed them. Hey! I thought I was your best friend. Ragnar protested. I have 3 best friends. Magnus saved himself. Ha, that's not true, you can't have more than one best friend, Ragnar argued. You don't want to be my best friend then? Magnus asked seriously. Ragnar smiled, I was just kidding, Magnus. You work, I will go and play with Duck. When he grows up, I'm gonna tell him that he used to play on my lap, maybe then he will let me fly on his back. And so, Magnus asked the 2 new elves to cook something nice for the dinner. He was going to introduce them to his parents. Evening came. Magnus was in his room, reading an astrophysics book. Tilda, can you portkey to the moon? Tilda, he wondered to himself. Hey Ragnar, what do you think about space? Magnus asked. Ragnar was reading one of the books about potions from Merlin's stash that Magnus had taken the first time he went to the vault. It was not free though, all Magnus asked was to get the liquid luck potion from him when he learned it. What about space? There is a good manly amount of space between us. Don't tell me. You want to get closer to me? Ragnar backed up a few steps. Ugh. Magnus face-palmed himself. I'm talking about the real space, duffer. He corrected him. Ragnar looked at ease. That. What about it? You can't survive there. Are you serious? We're wizards. If humans can go to the moon, then why can't we create maybe a charm, or suit to help us live in space for a longer time? Have you never thought about why we don't hear about a wizard going to the moon in Daily Prophet? Can Portkey take us there? So many amazing questions. Magnus blabbered. HMPH, it's just an orb of dust and rock, why would you go to the moon? Bobby scoffed. Rare minerals. Just imagine, there could be some rare magical dust or rock there, something that could help you make some new potion. Isn't discovering new ingredients also a part of a potioneer's job? Magnus asked. By now, Ragnar's eyes had started shining. Mad. Why didn't I think of that? Ha! What about Mars? Oh my god, space is a goldmine. Magnus. We must go to space. Ha ha. Then try to find a way to live in space for a long period of time. Magnus now had him hooked and knew that someday Ragnar would indeed find a solution. Got it, I'll start working. He went to read the books more frantically now. Who are you? Magnus and Ragnar were alerted by the sudden scream from downstairs. Both of them ran downstairs. Duck, Chad and Summer also rushed. As soon as they arrived there, they saw Grace using her umbrella to fend off the two creatures. Mummy, calm down. I brought them here. They are house elfs. Magnus shouted. You brought them. Who are they? She asked, now a little calmer. We're sorry, sir, but we thought of greeting with a glass of tea. George apologized. It's okay, George, it's not your fault. She didn't know about you two. Mum, they are house elves, I just hired them to help me with various responsibilities. They are the magical world's magical maids. They can cook and clean masterfully. Magnus explained to her. You hired helpers. Grace looked at the two house elves. They were wearing aprons on their clothes. Abraham greeted her, Good evening, I am Abraham Lincoln and this is George Washington. Forgive us for scaring you. No, it's okay. Thank you for taking care of my son, I guess. She greeted them back, ignoring their strange names. Mum, don't worry about dinner today, they will be making it. I mainly hired them to take care of my various castles. They need cleaning. Magnus said. She understood it but still, just hearing Magnus so lightly talking about owning a lot of castles made her feel dreamy. Nothing seemed real anymore. First magic, then Magnus's inheritance, his kingship and all. It was too much for a normal person. Okay, dear. You stay here now, your dad will come any moment and I don't want him waving his pistol everywhere. I'll go and get changed. Grace said and left. /N, now, before anybody jumps on me. This is 1971. Handguns got banned in the UK in the 90s. You go back to your work, Abe and George. I got this. Magnus sent the two worried elves to the kitchen. Sigh. How will I show her Camelot without her passing out? Magnus wondered. I'll have my popcorn ready. Ragnar joked. Door unlocks. Ah, Dad's here. Get ready to hide the elves if he gets scared. Magnus told Ragnar and went ahead to greet Adam. Outside the house. Is that the house? A masked man on a broom masked, he seemed to be the leader. Beside him were 7 masked people. That's it. This is where he lives with his Muggle parents. What should we do? We can destroy it from here. Another one replied. No, our Lord wants the kid alive. Kill his family if need be, but he shouldn't be harmed at all. Greyback, you go around the neighborhood, I don't want anybody to be disturbing us. The previous guy ordered. He. I like this job. Greyback muttered and flew down to a road intersection. Everyone else, follow me. The leading masked man ordered them as they descended down. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ***** Umar Latif ***** Julian Ricamera ***** Darian Steely ***** Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 strawberry flavored banana. Effect, makes your saliva taste like strawberry for 1 year. Tip, girls like it. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 92. Ancient Magic. Music playing Magnus had started the music player and was talking with Ragnar as they tried to sleep. Where do you think is your wand? How long will you use these spare ones? They are like potions made by an amateur, they can explode at any moment. Ragnar asked him. Both of them were in their beds. Adam was nice enough to buy another bed for Ragnar and put it in Magnus' room. It seems they were planning to have him live there from now on. Well, these exploding wands are a great tool to fight, you know. The opponent never expected someone to throw their wand at you, even less expecting is for that wand to explode. Magnus replied honestly. He. Yeah, that's indeed a good way to win a fight. I myself would use my potions on my enemies more than my wand. Ragnar said. Though I was told by Merlin that he used a staff, not a wand. As I'm not tall enough, maybe that's why I'm not getting the staff, though the swords are good too. Magnus summoned his 2 swords and looked at them. Ragnar took the despair sword and said, swords are cool, teach me how to use them someday. Sure, I bet even Arthur would love to teach you. He's a maniac when it comes to his love for swords. I bet he used to sleep with them too back in his days. Magnus jokingly said. As expected, Arthur immediately voiced, hey. I did that for safety reasons. Bang. All of a sudden, a bright red light came from the window with a short bang. Magnus and Ragnar had their heartbeats increased. Both of them got up and held their wands, swords and potion bottles in their hands. Magnus went and stopped the music. What was that? Ragnar wondered. Magnus quickly thought of his parents. Don't worry, you stay here, I will check up on my parents. He ran downstairs. He tried to hear if they were awake, but they seemed to be asleep. Magnus by now knew that this was something magic-related. Not wanting his parents to get in the way and end up injuring themselves, he cast a silencing charm around the room. So that noise from outside wouldn't reach them. Who the hell decided to create ruckus here? Magnus angrily peeked out of the living room window. Outside, he noticed curses and charms flying in directions. Moody, Shacklebolt and the female Aura were in the house across Magnus' home. They were, as always, keeping an eye on the house, making sure nothing bad happened to them. They took turns watching the house. As it was now midnight, most muggles were asleep and the light of Magnus' room was also off. Moody was sitting in a chair near the window, looking at the house. God knows what he was thinking, but his face had a frown. I have a bad feeling about today. My magic eye is acting up. He muttered to himself. ****www****www*****www***** All of a sudden, a long howl came. It was not a dog's howl, that was certain from the get-go. Shacklebolt. Get up. We got company. A werewolf most likely. Moody quickly woke up the 2 Auras. Shacklebolt and the female were prepared and had their wands in their hands, ready to start blasting. "Get down!" Moody shouted all of a sudden. As soon as they got on the floor, a red fire blast came from the window and destroyed the whole upper floor of the rented house. Making a quick decision, he sent a patronus message to Dumbledore. He had no idea how many people there were, but he didn't take chances. "No matter what happens, do not let them reach Magnus' home." "Understood," he ordered. With that, he started firing back. Bombarda Maxima. Boom. The three Aurors went downstairs. They wanted to first see how many enemies there were before they went out in the open. Moody used his special eye to see beyond the walls. He counted them quickly. "There are 6 of them, not counting the werewolf." Moody notified his juniors. "We can't take them all on alone," Shacklebolt said. "I don't care. Now, you are allowed to use magic, any magic, cast to kill." Moody was not going to go easy. The 3 used the element of surprise and jumped out of the building with their wands blazing spells. Defindo. Just in the first second the female newbie got her wand shredded into pieces. This was the problem with most Aurors because most Death Eaters belonged to pure-blood families. They had the best education and training too. This kept the bar of enemies higher than the protectors. "Run! Girl! Go back into the building!" Moody shouted with a frown. "Ha ha! Moody! I did not expect the legendary Auror to be here." The leader Death Eater spoke with a laugh. Moody's fake eye acted up as he focused on the guy that spoke. "I know that voice. How can I forget it, Rodolphus Lestrange? Avada Kedavra. I came prepared this time." Moody immediately took out a sausage from his pocket and threw it in front of the coming curse. He had many sausages in his coat. They were also good for eating while doing the job. How else do you think a man who does so much work can still get this thick? Expelliarmus. Shacklebolt got disarmed by another Death Eater. Well, Moody was good, but he was not a god. Fighting all of them alone was not something he could do. So, all he could do was waste time until help comes. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Don't try to act smart, Moody. You know why we are here, the same reason as you are here. But don't worry. We will not kill him, we just came here to take him." Rodolphus revealed. "To do what? Do you think he will bend to your will? Then you don't know him," Moody confidently claimed. "Ha, in front of Lord Voldemort, all kneel, no matter how strong, all have a breaking limit," Rodolphus countered. But Moody shook his head. "Yes, everyone has a breaking point, and I recommend you don't test his. You don't want Merlin's ancient magic unleashed on you." "We'll see about that. Go and bring him to me," Rodolphus ordered. Immediately, 2 Death Eaters headed towards Magnus's house. However, the second they tried to cross the boundary reaching the door, out of nowhere, a wall of flames came out of the ground. It went many meters high in the sky. Magnus was inside his home, looking at it all from the window. Whoa, where is all this magic coming from, he wondered. The Death Eaters outside tried to enter using many ways, but none worked. They even tried to enter through the roof, but the situation was much worse up there as one Death Eater got burned to death because the moment he stepped over the roof, it caught fire. They were getting restless now. The more time they spent here, the more chances of reinforcements coming. Rodolphus could not think of any better way to deal with this. Hence, he focused his fire on Moody now. "Capture him." he commanded. So, all 5 Death Eaters went full force at Moody. Moody was able to handle them for a few minutes, but completely stopping them was out of the question. He tried to win as much time as possible. But, eventually, he ended up getting hit by a binding curse. The next thing, Moody, Shacklebolt and the female Aurora were held at the tip of wands. Rodolphus turned to the house and started shouting, "Pendragon! Hear me! If you do not come out in the next 10 seconds, these 3 die." 1. Magnus was hoping not to have to go out, but the situation had gone for the worse. Even worse was the fact that there was also a werewolf around the area. It might bite someone and Magnus did not want that guilt. "Ragnar! I will try to lure the werewolf here, you deal with it," he shouted. "I'm ready. You be safe," Ragnar shouted from upstairs. He had full confidence in the abilities of Magnus. Magnus looked out of the window and closed his eyes. How should I deal with them? No wide area spell will work here, nothing is as destructive. Fanfictions. No. I cannot control it yet. He was focused on finding the best strategy to fight them and also getting Moody out of danger. Whoosh asterisk. All of a sudden, he felt a chill run down his body and a voice appeared back in his head. It was the voice of Merlin that Magnus heard while in that dream. "You are too young for it, as your body does not hold enough magic to power it and utilize it. However, the situation calls for it, so you may use it. Remember, tap it 3 times on the ground and chant Stonerain. Do not use it more than 2 times or you may fall unconscious, and tell your friends to clear the area as soon as you cast the spell. You still have a long way to go, little Magnus." Merlin's voice ended and Magnus felt himself taking a long breath. Then, as he opened his eyes, he also felt something held in his right palm. It was light but long. He took a look, and it turned out to be a staff. It was longer than Magnus himself, but it was so beautiful. It had a big blue crystal on the top and a sculpted dragon rolling around it. The whole staff was made of unknown wood and also had a small cloth wrapped around its middle. Also, the crystal seemed to have totally attached itself to the wand. Check the para comment. Here goes nothing. He muttered to himself and opened the door. 7. 8. The door opened, Magnus came out of it. Rodolphus smiled seeing him, as if a fox caught the rabbit. "Good, as expected from you. Come here now," he ordered. But, he also felt threatened by the weird thing in Magnus' hand. Magnus made eye contact with Moody. Moody saw the strange staff and had a very bad feeling. And when Magnus nodded towards him, he knew something was going to happen. Magnus then addressed the attackers. "I do not know when I provoked you and your master. I never attacked him, but here you are, taking the peace away from my peaceful life. Why? Your filthy existence is the reason enough, boy," Rodolphus replied. "Thank you, for not making me feel guilty of what I'm about to do," Magnus muttered and held the long staff tightly. Then, he tapped it on the ground 3 times. Tap tap Stonerain. He shouted loudly. Bam. The staff sent a small blue wave into the ground from its bottom side. As soon as that happened, Magnus felt as if he just ran 10 kilometers in one stretch. It really does take a lot of magic. He muttered, looking at the staff. "What did you do?" Rodolphus asked nervously. He and other Death Eaters looked around themselves to guess what was going on. In all honesty, Magnus didn't know what was happening. but he just looked at Moody and nodded very strongly. The next thing they knew, out of nowhere, multiple noises started coming from the sky, like when World War II bombers dropped bombs from the sky. The whistling sound only multiplied and increased. Soon, a few lights appeared in the sky. Goosebumps appeared on everybody's skin and their hearts started beating fast. They all turned their heads to look up in wonder and wands ready. Confringo. Bombarda Maxima. Reducto. It was a dark night, nobody knew what was coming towards them, but they started firing curses towards the sky anyway. Magnus anticipated what would come. He then shouted, "Moody!" Moody immediately pushed himself back and ran away. Shacklebolt did the same. Magnus also used his normal wand to send a Petrificus Totalus at the distracted Death Eater that was holding the third era. The three ran away at full speed and came beside Magnus. And then, hell came. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Ah 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 ah. Save me. A sudden cry came. Everyone turned to look and realized what had happened and what had fallen from the sky. A Death Eater's had gotten his body gruesomely damaged. The spine was out of the back and the legs were split meters apart. It was a wonder how he was even alive, but, the next second the life left his body. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk bang asterisk. The car in Magnus' driveway also blasted into flames as the object fell on it too, completely destroying it. Rodolphus gritted his teeth and looked at Magnus. He felt enraged as he noticed the proud smirk. Not today. I shall not fail him. A filthy mudblood cannot defeat me. Cover me. He screamed and rushed towards Magnus. Magnus again tapped the staff on the ground, Stonerain. Asterisk cough asterisk Magnus coughed but supported himself with the staff. This time, faster than before, the whistling sound came, spreading fear and terror in Death Eaters' hearts. They looked towards the sky to defend themselves from what was to come. Do not cower. Cover me. Rodolphus shouted again, ignoring the fear in his own heart by shouting. You can see the staff and objects falling from the sky on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to asterisk Douglas Flower asterisk asterisk Umar Latif asterisk asterisk Julian Ricamera asterisk asterisk Darian Steely asterisk asterisk Franklin Wally asterisk. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 Pepe-shaped 100-inch banana. Effect. Fully eating it in one go will give you the ability to eat and digest anything. Vote please. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 93, 93. Brutal Magnus. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk boom. From the sky, tens of meters long and tens of inches wide stone spears were falling from the sky like rain. In one spell, about 100 of them fell. As soon as Magnus saw them, he had a thought in his mind. I guess to imagine where they actually came from. Tilda are these? From Camelot, Tilda he wondered. Magnus' guess was right. He was told that the island's protection sentinels were the first line of defense and couldn't leave the island. But that didn't mean they were not powerful. As told by Merlin, they could throw spears at the speed of sound, so covering the whole of the United Kingdom and a part of Europe was not hard for it. This was made by Merlin as a form of air support whenever needed. Of course, he was much deadlier as he knew more magic and was stronger than young Magnus. So, when Magnus' order came, the border sentinels moved. They knew where Magnus was and knew not to throw the spears on him. It was as if they saw what Magnus saw. Then, 100 of them threw their spears at full speed. But they didn't throw it horizontally, but instead a little extra vertically. This way, when they fall directly over the target. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Soon, one of the spears came down at the speed of the sound and fell directly onto the open mouth of a Death Eater. It was 30 inches wide, but its pointy tip helped slide it into the mouth and then the whole body, ripping it apart. The result was a gory mess. Bones, muscles, organs were lying around the pillars, now stuck in the ground. Anybody who saw it would get an urge to vomit, and even the strongest of hearts would feel terror. So, when Magnus cast the spell a second time, it made the Death Eaters very terrified. Even Rodolphus was terrified, but he was more scared of the consequences from Voldemort. Asterisk boom asterisk. Ah. Various sounds came a second before 2 more Death Eaters died a very painful and gruesome death. Now, only Rodolphus and another one were left. But Rodolphus was yet to notice what had happened as he was only focused on the form of Magnus. Rodolphus had only one thought in his mind, to anyhow be able to hold Magnus. He was planning on apparating away instantly to his master. He raised his arm towards Magnus. I will get you this time. Magnus' face did not stop smiling. I don't think so. He was prepared from the moment he saw Rodolphus running towards him. He already knew what they were going to do. Protect Magnus. Moody shouted and stood in front of Magnus. But Magnus easily pushed him to the side. Step aside, Moody, I got this. Seeing the confidence in Magnus' face, he stepped aside, but not far away. He planned that if Rodolphus is able to touch Magnus, then he would do the same at that instant and apparate with them. He. I got you now, boy. Rodolphus came as close as 1 meter to Magnus. His extended hand was just a few inches away. His eyes flashed with a ray of hope that today's mission would be a success. ****. Magnus was prepared. He summoned the Hope Sword and slashed it at Rodolphus' arm just before he could touch him. It was like cutting butter with a hot knife. It took a second for the pain to register in Rodolphus' head. His feet stopped moving on their own as he now saw his severed arm fallen on the floor. Then he screamed. Ah! No! Finally, as he fell, he looked back, and saw the ugly remains of his fellow Death Eaters, their bodies stuck on the spears planted into the ground. Some had their faces intact, but their tongues were out, as well as their eyeballs, looking straight at Rodolphus. His scalp was tingling as he started sweating. This was not a victory, instead, this was the biggest defeat of his life. The death of normal foot soldiers was not something to cry for, but here, all of them were Death Eaters. Magnus looked down at him on the ground. I can't kill you, as I promised my friend your head. Ragnar, come and kill him. As soon as Magnus shouted, Rodolphus cowered in fear and apparated away, leaving only his arm behind. Seeing Rodolphus gone, the last remaining Death Eater also left. Out of the 6 that had come, only 2 survived. What? Who should I kill? Ragnar came. Magnus sighed and pointed at the severed arm, Rodolphus Lestrange. But he's gone now. Moody, quickly, do something and clean this place. I feel like vomiting seeing this. Except for Moody, the 2 others were still in a daze. Ragnar, though, was in a daze for some other reason. He now just found out Rodolphus was here. But he took a sigh of relief knowing he was not dead. A missing arm was still a good punishment. Then he looked at the battlefield, which was just the road. It was unwatchable. Even he felt churning in his stomach. Ah! Magnus lost his footing and was about to fall. His leg had cramped. What happened? Ragnar came running to help. You think using that kind of magic was easy? Anyway. Where is the werewolf? He asked. Don't know. It never showed up again since you started. Maybe he left after seeing your magic. I had chills running down my spine too. Ragnar said as he helped Magnus sit on the side. Moody quickly came and checked Magnus with his eye. You are just exhausted, kid. But that was one hell of an attack. I don't think I'll say thanks for the compliment. Each of their dead bodies shows the failure of the ministry. That how it couldn't teach the people correctly, and how they let them fall into Voldemort's palms. Anyway, where are the reinforcements? Magnus asked. I don't know. Ah. They probably put anti-apparition wards. They should be on their way manually now. Moody realized. Well, let's fix this mess before that. Can't have muggles wake up to this. Magnus said and tried to use the staff, however, it vanished from his hand. Tilda he, so it was temporary, Tilda he questioned himself. Tilda you are not strong enough yet. Too much magical exhaustion can kill a wizard. Tilda Merlin's voice resonated in his head. Magnus left it at that. He tasted the power of superior magic today and he would need to get to that point now too. *pop *x10. All of a sudden, nearly a dozen people apparated there. Dumbledore was in the lead, along with some more people Magnus did not know. The moment they arrived, they saw the bloody mess. One of them immediately vomited. Dumbledore came to Magnus and Moody. Are you all fine? Magnus nodded and picked the arm of Rodolphus from the ground and gave it to Dumbledore. We're fine, but can't say the same about the attackers. 2 escaped, 4 died. Here, this is Rodolphus Lestrange's arm, he got away. There was also a werewolf but he never showed up, he could still be around somewhere. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he quickly looked back at his brother and nodded. Fenrir Greyback, he's a werewolf notorious for his savagery and preference for attacking children. He is a leader in his community and strives to infect as many people as possible with lycanthropy, hoping to build an army strong enough to eventually take over the wizarding community. Dumbledore revealed. Magnus was taken aback. Then he must be killed as soon as possible. People like him give a bad name to their own community. Dumbledore then looked at Moody. What happened here? What are these pillars on the ground? Moody just pointed to Magnus. I tried to fight them, but they got us. They would have killed us if Magnus did not come out of the protection of his house that they could not cross. He did come out, but to destroy them. Magnus tiredly turned to Dumbledore. By the time I grow up, I feel I would end up killing all Death Eaters. I'm doing ministry's job at this point, I should get paid for this gracious service. Of course, he was actually taunting them for their pathetic response and ability to deal with the Dark Wizard. *Sigh*. The ministry obliviators and cleaners will be here soon. That's all the ministry does these days. But they dared to attack you here. They are either getting desperate or want to get more powerful. It's not safe for you and your family to live here anymore. Dumbledore advised him. Magnus looked back at the house he was born in. He had so many sweet memories in it. But it was true that it felt too small now. Home. I will look for a new property to buy. I will go to sleep now. Thank you for coming late. Magnus said good night and went to his room, not entertaining them anymore. He was tired as well. Ragnar also followed behind while yawning. All these fights with Death Eaters were just making Magnus stronger from mind and body both. Underscore 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 underscore. Vote please. The story is falling down to the story graveyard. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon Banana. Effect: 1 bite from this can grant you the ability to fart so strong that you can reach Mars. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 94. New house. The next morning, Magnus woke up and quickly went to the window of his room to check and make sure all the mess was gone. As he expected, it was really gone. All the damage to the house across the street was repaired. The stone pillars were gone and his dad's car was also fixed. It was as if nothing happened the last night and it was all a dream. But he knew it was not a dream as he still felt a bit tired, but, surprisingly he also felt very fresh. Is this how I can increase my magic? By continuously exhausting myself, he wondered. Magnus. Wake up. It's breakfast time. Grace's voice came from downstairs. Coming. He shouted back. Then he went to Ragnar's bed and kicked on his ass. Wake up and brush your teeth. Today, we are going to buy a new house. Ugh, just 1 minute. I was watching such an amazing dream. I made the world's best potion that can heal anything. Ragnar muttered in sleep. Well, you can make it in real life if you wake up. Aguamenti Magnus used a water-making spell and poured it on Ragnar's face. Ragnar quickly got up. Ah man. It was such a good dream. Take your ugly mug somewhere else. HMPH. He was grumpy. Magnus laughed and went to the washroom to brush his teeth and then went downstairs to eat breakfast, but, to his annoyance, Grace was still cooking breakfast and had called him for no reason. She always did that. His parents were all dressed up to go to their offices. The insignia on their shoulders would make a soldier feel tensed, but here, they were simple parents. Good morning, Mum, Dad. He greeted. Grace, as always, kissed his forehead. Sweetie, what will you do today? I will go out to look for a nice big house, Magnus revealed. Oh, okay then, wait, what? She asked as she realized what was just spoken. You heard me correctly, Mummy. I was told by the Ministry of Magic and also my headmaster that now because I am such a rich, influential person, who is also supposed to be the King of Britain, many bad people, both from the Muggle world and the magical world, might try to harm me or my family. So, they advised me to get a better and safer house. He explained them. Grace gawked, realizing that what Magnus said made total sense and the fact that they had ignored such detail could have been so fatal. Then, we can come with you. I don't have much work to do anyway as today is a non-surgical day. I will come too. I'm supposed to do an inspection of a workshop today but I will postpone it to afternoon. Getting a safe and nice house in a good location is important. Adam joined in. Magnus was happy that he was going to spend time with his family. Yes. I have asked my lawyer to come and pick us up today. Happy smiley. You have a lawyer? Grace asked in shock. Of course, but don't worry. He is a very nice person. He is also a Muggle-born wizard, but he has a law degree. You can meet him later. Okay, let's eat quickly then. Magnus was excited to go out with them. An hour later, at 9 a.m. sharp, Ted came to his home. He had bought a new 1971 Range Rover. It had more than enough seating for all of them to sit. This was not actually Ted's car. Magnus had instead told him to buy it for personal use. It was now registered under Magnus's own company, which was different from Future Tech, as Future Tech was a company that would create products and take over other companies later. While Magnus's personal company was just a holding/investment company. It was called Dragon Holdings and its only job was to get as many shares in a few companies he deems worthy of investment. At the moment, he had invested in Intel, IBM, AT&T Technologies and Boeing. His biggest share now was in Intel though, at 15%. Good morning, Ted. Good thing you bought the white version of the car. I saw the red one on the streets and hated it. Magnus said. Yeah, I felt you'd not like that. You just look like a kid, everything else in you is like a middle-aged man. Ted replied. I have no idea if that can be taken as a compliment or not. Anyway, here, meet my family, my mum, Grace and Dad, Adam. Both are army officers. He introduced them because Grace and Adam were now in civilian clothes. Ted shook their hands. Of course, I know about them. Mrs. Grant is somewhat famous in the field of cardiology. You know Ragnar. Then there are my pets but I'm leaving them at home today. Hopefully, we will return to see our home intact. Magnus muttered while looking at the window of the first floor. As soon as he looked there, he noticed 3 small heads peeking from the window. It was obviously Duck, Chad and Summer. They were waiting for Magnus to leave so they could run around in the house and have fun. As soon as they noticed Magnus looking at them, they quickly ducked and hid. Oh, they are so cute. Grace fawned over them. After the greeting, they got onto the car and Ted drove them around. They preferred it if the house was not directly in the middle of London City. They would like to have some greenery and fresh air, so they were okay with properties a little away from the center of the city. Initially, the properties Ted showed were not liked by Magnus. Instead, Grace and Adam loved all of them, but what Magnus was looking for was a good mix of luxury, peace, grandeur and safety. Then, after 2 hours, they finally arrived in Hampstead, London. There was an empty property just adjacent to Hampstead Heath. A beautiful large wild park of woodland and meadows. The previous owners moved out because of their business going bankrupt. The 1970s was a decade that started with increasing inflation, and it was getting worse. Soon, Ted brought them to the main gate of a fully walled estate. The gate itself spoke of the luxury. It automatically opened and the car drove it. From the first glance, Magnus fell in love with it. It was all he was looking for, modern as well as luxurious. The first thing he saw was the tennis court on the side. As soon as Ted stopped the car, a fat woman with a huge smile came to them. She even helped Grace open the car door. "Welcome to Hampstead, I am Julie Hilton. Please, come, I will show you around." She greeted Adam and Grace. She knew Ted, so she enthusiastically cheek-kissed him. Then, she ruffled Magnus and Ragnar's hair, much to their displeasure. She thought both of them were the couple's sons, as both Magnus and Ragnar had blonde hair. After that, she started showing them around the house. The building spans up to 29,116 square feet, 2,704.96 square m, of beautifully designed manor house with over 70 rooms, including 11 bedrooms, staff accommodation, internal and external leisure facilities such as indoor and outdoor swimming pools, your personal underground entertainment room with 2 bowling alleys, pool tables and much more, a 2-story garage and unsurpassed luxury. You will be buying this whole plot of almost 1.3 acres of land. "Sir, may I know what you do for a living? I need to fill out this visitor's form." She finally asked the question that would always tell her if the client was going to buy the property or not. "Oh, we're both military officers," Adam told her. All of a sudden, Julie's shoulders fell and she thought, "Tilda, can they buy it? I don't think officers get paid this much. Tilda. How much is the property?" Magnus finally asked. "It's priced at £2.3 million. She unenthusiastically replied. Magnus nodded and looked around for the one last time. It was a beautiful property. "We'll take it. You can finalize the papers. Mr. Tonks, you can pay the initial advance payment to book the property. We will clear the full payment by the new year." Happy smiley. Julie was confused. Why was the kid making the deal? Why was the kid talking to Ted as if he was the boss? She stayed quiet for now, deciding to ask Ted later. "Sweetie, are you sure?" Grace asked him. Magnus nodded. "It's perfect, Mum. Peaceful, close to a big park, it's also very luxurious, and the best part is, it's just 15 minutes drive away from Buckingham Palace." Hearing the name of the royal palace, Adam and Grace immediately guessed that it would certainly be good to have this property. "Okay then," she agreed. "What about you, do you like it?" Magnus asked Ragnar, knowing that he'd be staying with him from now on. Ragnar was actually busy hogging on cheese sticks and drinking a can of Pepsi that Julie had brought for refreshments for clients. "Ha! Sure, as long as I get a place to do my experiments I'm cool," Ragnar replied. Magnus chuckled and turned to Julie. "It's final then. We'll buy it." It took 5 seconds for Julie to realize that she had just sold the property. "Ah, congratulations on your new house, Mr. Grant." She now treated Magnus with the utmost respect. "Okay, Mum, Dad, let's tour the house again, relaxedly this time. Why don't you order some pizza, Dad? I feel hungry," Magnus proposed. Adam looked at his watch and saw he still had a lot of time till he had to go to work. "Sure, Mag. So, when Julie and Ted were left behind, Julie finally asked, "Who is that young kid? How can he decide on the deal?" Ted cleared his throat and replied, "You don't recognize him. He's Magnus Grant, the youngest recipient of George Cross in history. He's also a super genius. He's only 11 and has completed his high school. He now even owns his own company. He's the one buying the house, not his parents." Happy smiley. Julie had her mind blown. Oh. 11 years old. That's crazy. Do you think he will buy more property later? Ted nodded. Of course, he's a keen investor in real estate. As long as he can find the right properties, luxurious, big or even historical, he will buy them. Julie was having a secret orgasm, as what Ted said was music to her ears. That's very nice. Please suggest to me if he's looking for more properties. Can I have your number? If I find a good property I can tell you first. Ted gave her a business card and went inside to join Magnus. All the praise that Ted gave to Magnus was all planned by Magnus himself. Magnus had told Ted to tell anyone who asks about how great and genius he is. Magnus knew all this would help him later on. It was a strategic move for the future. You can see the car and the new house on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Give stones please. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely Franklin Wally *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. One stone equals one big boy banana. Effect, it's a living banana. It can do your homework for the rest of your life, but the price is your ass. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 95. Grant family outing. After buying the new house and also eating pizza, it was time for Magnus to return home and let his parents go to work. From the landline, his parents called military cars for themselves while Ted drove Magnus and Ragnar back to 10 Privet Drive. When Magnus arrived there, he saw Bobby was waiting for him outside his home. He had no idea why Bobby came today, as he should be in school by now. As soon as Magnus got out of the car, Bobby came to him and said, "You were right. My dad has cancer, but it's in the earliest stage and can be easily cured." Magnus patted Bobby's shoulder with sympathy. "Take care of him. I told Ragnar and Snape to make health potions a while back. They have successfully made one. It's nothing too revolutionary, it just keeps the body well nourished and energized. It will help your dad when he starts taking the medication." Ragnar ran into the house and brought a bottle filled with potions. "Here, Bobby. This is the potion. 3 times a day, 1 teaspoon with a glass of milk." Seeing the tensed face of Bobby, Magnus invited him in. "Don't worry, it's in the very initial stages. He will be fine in no time. Also, you've got wizard friends, we got your back. By the way, guess where we are coming from? I bought a new big house. What? Why? Bobby asked. Last night, we were attacked by Death Eaters. They came to take me along. It was a big fight. I was able to take out 4 of them though. Magnus proudly said. You are just 11 and not even the king yet and already facing assassination and kidnapping attempts. I have no idea what will happen once you get the crown. Bobby muttered. When I become the king, I will be able to kill them while telling the public about it, Magnus replied and went inside his home. Abe, George, make something nice for us to eat, Magnus told the elves. Yes, sir. The 2 busied themselves in the kitchen. Bobby had his mouth agape, seeing the strange creatures. Who are they? They are a very pitiful species, my friend. With slavery, forced labor and a forced changed mindset. Magnus answered. They are slaves? Bobby asked. No, they are not, at least not here. They are house elves. They live off the magic of their employers. You can imagine the exploitation they may get from that. The pure-blood families in Britain treat them as slaves. Magnus clarified. Racists, murderers, slavers, what else is wizarding word missing? I thought they'd be better than this. Bobby disappointedly. Magnus also sighed. I ask that same question every day, Bobby. It was officially Christmas Eve. Magnus was supposed to go back to Hogwarts on the 2nd of January. But tonight, he was taking his parents to Camelot. He wanted them to see what truly meant by him being the inheritor of Merlin and Arthur. He could already imagine the shocked face of his mother. But he needed to make sure they didn't eat anything before portkeying there. Grace and Adam had just come back from their work and Magnus dropped the bomb. Mum, Dad, today I would like to take you to Camelot. It's a secret island with a castle as big as a metropolis. Grace and Adam blinked multiple times as they looked at Magnus' face. Where is this castle's? West of Scotland, in the Atlantic. Come, we will be going through a portkey, a magical way of traveling. In science, we call it teleportation. Magnus explained. What? You mean wizards have mastered teleportation? Adam asked in shock. He was an engineer and understood how crazy of a concept it was. Yes, they've known about it for centuries now, Magnus replied. Mag, let's eat dinner first, then we'll go. Grace suggested. That. It would be better if you don't eat anything. You see, the first time teleporting has an effect on the body. You will feel nauseous and like vomiting. Magnus warned them. Ragnar nodded his head strongly, yes. You don't want to go through that, trust me. Besides, there will be a feast for us later in my castle. Come, we will be flying to my castle outside London. Magnus said. Flying? On what? Did you hire a chopper? Grace asked. Magnus showed a toothy smile, he. On brooms. Sweetie, are you sure you can fly on this? Grace asked as she looked at the brooms. They had come out to a park to take a flight from here. Yes, Mummy. It's magically enchanting. Just sit behind me and you will understand everything. Magnus assured her. With a doubt, she got on the broom and sat closely behind Magnus. Adam was going to be traveling with Ragnar. Hold me tight, we'll be going up now, Magnus warned her, and slowly increased the altitude without going forward. Grace at the start felt nervous as her feet left the ground and there was nothing under her feet to support or balance on the broom. But, surprisingly, She didn't feel like she would fall any time on the broom. But she still held Magnus tightly. Okay, we will fly now. Just enjoy the view, Mum. Magnus said and took off, slowly increasing the speed. Eventually, Grace stopped feeling scared of falling and started enjoying the cold wind touching her face. This is so refreshing, she commented. Hee, you'll feel even more fresh breathing the air of Camelot. That place is untouched by the pollution. I guess having centaurs, goblins and Vila living there was a good thing. Magnus muttered. After 20 minutes they arrived at the castle. Magnus showed them around the first. It was nothing but a haunted house at the moment as the elves were still in the process of cleaning it. He then took them to the portkey room. Come here and put your hand on this statue. No matter what happens, do not let your hand leave the surface. Okay, here we go. Portkey. As soon as Magnus said it, the portkey got activated and Magnus arrived inside the underground portkey chamber in Camelot Castle. As always, the wall of fire was around them, but it stayed like that because they weren't intruders. As for the condition of Grace and Adam, both of them had fallen to the floor, feeling nauseous. Magnus and Ragnar were better this time though. Magnus was in the best condition as he had experienced this way too many times. Oh, good evening, Your Majesty and Your Highnesses. Martha came in all of a sudden. Grandma Martha, you got something to help their stomach? Magnus asked. Of course, dear. I brought it with me. Lemonade helps a lot, she said and handed them a glass of lemonade. But, as soon as Martha came to Grace to give the glass, Grace suddenly hugged her. Ah, you are so cute. Hee, thank you, child. Martha chuckled. Magnus coughed. Mummy, Grandma Martha is 200 years old and she's the great-grandmother of Chad. Grace released Martha immediately and looked at Magnus and Martha's faces in shock. Really? That's so. Ha, I had the same reaction when I heard about it. Let's go, I will show you the view from the top of the castle now. Magnus led the way. Soon, they arrived at the top balcony of the castle and from there, Grace and Adam saw how big the castle truly was. It was monstrous in size and on Magnus' demand, the whole castle was also decorated with magical lights for Christmas and it looked extra beautiful. This is a magical island, I am the owner. It cannot be seen by normal people and it also does not show up any Muggle technology. Do you like it? Magnus asked. This is crazy. Who wouldn't love to own an island? This got a whole castle with it. Adam quickly spoke. You two can come here later anytime you want to rest and have fun. Maybe after you two retire, you can enjoy life here. Magnus offered. Sorry, sweetie, but I'm not quitting anytime soon. The world's technology is developing so fast and so many new ways of treatment are coming in, it is exciting. Grace enthusiastically said. Hearing her, Magnus planned to build the best hospital in the world for her and also buying the Medtronic company at all costs felt sweeter. His face grew a big smile. He was now going to buy an existing hospital in Britain and upgrade the hell out of it in the coming 2 years. But, first, he needed lots of money for it. Grandma Martha, let's show them the vault first. Magnus decided. He also needed to take some stuff from there which would help him gain some good old cash. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron. underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Darian Steely Franklin Wally *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 banana pizza. Effect: those who dare to eat develop a tolerance for pineapple pizzas. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 96. Gifts. Once again, they came to the underground part of the castle. Okay, close your eyes, he told his parents. They obliged, seeing his excited face, and closed them. After that, Magnus went forward and opened the vault. Immediately, a piercing shine from all the gold and jewelry came. Magnus felt a bit of stiffness in his body whenever he sees how rich he was. It was just crazy. Okay, you can open your eyes now, he said. And then, as Magnus expected, Grace lost her balance. Adam was quick enough to catch her, even though his face had also turned white with shock. What? Is this all yours? Grace asked while stuttering. Magnus proudly replied, yes, I got 2 more vaults with combined wealth nearly similar to this. But that one also got precious books and weapons, so I like those more. Then, Magnus took out a small box from his pocket. Mummy, this one is for you. Grace confusedly opened the box and found a ring. It turned out to be a diamond ring, and not just any diamond, a freaking red diamond with clear textures. There were only about 20 of them in the world. And none of them was as clear as this one. The ring would alone get millions of pounds if auctioned. This is for the best mummy in the world. This is a red diamond. Extremely rare, so it'll be better if you tell people that it's just a gemstone. Don't worry about its price, I got a few hundred of them in this vault, don't know about the Gringotts vault though. Magnus revealed. How much would it cost outside? She asked. About a few million I guess, Magnus replied. This made Grace start shivering while holding it in her hand. Ha, don't worry about the cost, Mummy. Just wear it like the Queen Mother you are. Now, for Dad. I know you're not much into jewelry, so I asked the goblins to make something for you. As you probably know from storybooks, goblins are the best smiths. So, they made this new pistol for you. It looks the same as a normal pistol, but it's got magic in it. For starters, it's highly durable. Then, to the main point. It can fire any round, as long as it's not a sniper rifle bullet, as the cartridge can magically make itself smaller or bigger. It will negate the recoil too, increasing the aim. Magnus revealed a revolver with a black body and silver handle. It had hidden runes and other goblin enchantments on it. Adam loved it and excitedly checked it out. Of course, it was empty for now. Then, Magnus' gaze fell on an excited Ragnar. Yes, I bought cauldrons for you. Yes, you're the best brother. Ragnar jumped in excitement. Magnus rolled his eyes and entered deeper into the vault while they were busy with the Christmas presents. The vault was much more organized now, as Martha had done the job. Now everything was separated. Magnus went to the diamond section and picked a fist-sized clean blue diamond. It was the second rarest type. Magnus had decided not to sell the red diamonds as they were just too precious and would look better in his crown. After that, he picked up an old 10th century gold coin. It was in mint condition. Then, he picked a random unenchanted sword. It was also in mint condition and its gold-plated hilt was still looking beautiful. Whoever it belonged to must have been important. But Arthur probably never thought about his enemies once defeating them, so he just threw all the stuff he wins in his vaults. With that, he was done. He took his parents back to the main castle to have dinner. There was not much to do when you knew Santa was not real and gifts were already given. Technically, the time to give gifts was the next day, but Magnus dealt with it tonight. After all this, Magnus took his parents to sleep in his favorite place, the highest balcony, under the open sky. Magnus made themselves a big bed. As they laid down, they started to talk. He even called Grandma Martha to join. "What are you planning on doing after school, Magnus?" Grace asked. Magnus was lying in the middle of Adam and Grace. Ragnar was on the other side of Grace, alongside Martha. I will be the king, so I will try to make this country the best in everything. But, as Merlin's descendant, I have a bigger responsibility of uniting the wizards and end discrimination from the world. I just want to make this planet awesome to live on for future generations. Magnus revealed. That's a lot to do for a young boy like you, Adam said. Well, we wizards live a very long life, so there should be no problem in achieving this dream. Magnus retorted. How long do they live? Grace inquired. Well, normal ones surely reach 150 to 200. Then there are a few crazy ones, who have used some special methods to stay alive for 600 to 700 years. Said Magnus. Whistles asterisk. Lucky wizards. We simple humans hardly reach 90. Adam jokingly said. Hearing him, Magnus felt sad. He held Grace and Adam's hand. Don't worry, you won't be like normal humans. You will live for hundreds of years. Okay, sweetie. We will be waiting for your cure to not aging then. What about you, Ragnar? What do you want to do after school? She asked. Ragnar was relaxingly looking at the sky with a smile. His both arms were under his head, supporting it. I will become the greatest potioneer and runesmith to ever exist in magical history. Of course, after having my revenge. Ragnar answered. Revenge? What do you mean? Grace asked. Ah ha ha. He was talking about orange. He wants to make an orchid. Magnus awkwardly intervened. Sigh asterisk. It's all right, Ragnar spoke up. Then he finally told his story, not in a third person, but as himself. He guessed that if he was going to live with them, there was no point in hiding such things. By the end, Ragnar's eyes were watery. Mummy used to tell me stories of great knights and wizards like King Arthur and Merlin. I wished to be her little knight, but they took her from me before I could complete my training. Grace also had tears in her eyes for him. For little Ragnar to go through all that. It was bound to be tough. She gave him a hug. Then, from the other side, Grandma Martha also gave a soft pat on his face. Little one, your grandma will teach you potions from now on. I'm the best at it. Bam asterisk. Magnus suddenly jumped on them, pressing Ragnar. And I will be your brother and help you beat those basta. I mean bad boys. Ragnar chuckled. Thanks, everyone. Only strangers say thanks to friends and family. You're a part of the family now, Ragnar. Adam also jumped closer and hugged them all. And so, they spent Christmas Eve at peak wholesomeness. But Magnus' wholesome deeds had not ended there. He had sent a special Christmas package to Bobby. It was already sitting at the bottom of the family Christmas tree. Inside, it had the yet unreleased Intel 8008 chip. The first 8-bit processor produced by Intel. Bobby was going to go nuts with it. Cokeworth, England. Lily Evans lived in the same town as Severus. But the location where her house was situated was in a much better location, as her locality had many people living there, as compared to where Severus used to live. That place was completely abandoned. As it was Christmas Eve, Severus was celebrating it with his mother. It was officially the start of their new life in their new home. It was bigger than the one in Spinner's End, and much cleaner. It already had all the furniture, so they never had to do anything except live there. Magnus really did things all the way. Severus wanted to give a gift to Lily as her fairly close new neighbor. But he couldn't find anything. However, then his mother came to him and told him that a courier came for him that morning. On it said, "From your bro." He immediately understood who it was. He opened it and found a letter and a small box. He first read the letter. "How are you doing in your new home, Sev? Hope you're well. By the way, I know you'll be looking forward to giving a present to Lily. So, I took the liberty to send you this. He. We are brothers, I got your back. Merry Christmas to you and Auntie." He read the letter. Amused by the box, he opened it. Only to find a goldish bracelet with green and red stones on it, shaped in the form of leaves and a rose. Then there was a small note, "Don't worry, it's pretty cheap. Made it with a mixture of a galleon and a sickle. Green and red are common gemstones and not something precious. Hopefully, she'll like it. Fingers crossed." Severus smiled while reading it, then looked at the small bracelet. He could imagine it looking good on her, as she also had red hair. Tomorrow she should be coming to that tree. He thought and went to sleep. You can see Grace's ring and the bracelet on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. You give stone, I give banana. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely Franklin Wally *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 golden banana bracelet. Effect, saves you from the bad luck of getting your banana from getting soggy at old age. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 97. Magnus the Liar. Christmas Day came. But, for someone, it was the worst day of their lives. My Lord, forgive me. Everything was according to the plan until that mudblood started using Merlin's ancient magic. He conjured tower-like spears in the sky and pierced our ranks to death. Rodolphus Lestrange was kneeling in front of Voldemort. Voldemort seemed angry, but he was also trying to hold it back. He cracked his fist and made Rodolphus stand up. He was his number one loyal supporter after all. "Get up, Rodolphus. It was I who trusted in you. None could have imagined for that boy to know the ancient magic. But the more time we give him, the stronger he gets. However, we cannot do anything for the short time. You made a big ruckus in the Muggle world this time. The Ministry will be after you like a hound. Hide away until my further orders," Voldemort instructed. Nodding, Rodolphus left. But soon he heard the angry shouts of Voldemort and knew he was walking on a thin line, and his friendship with the Dark Lord might not be able to save him if he makes more mistakes. Incompetence, Voldemort seethed. Meanwhile, Magnus was calling his house elves to Camelot. They were going to bring the pets along with them. Magnus had no idea if there was a spell for it. He just loudly called them. "Abe, George, come here with Duck, Chad and Summer." In an instant, 2 pops came, and with that arrived 2 elves. But their clothes looked dirty. Magnus looked at the 3 little troublemakers. "Let me guess, they turned into satanic beasts as soon as I left." "Ah, forgive us, sir. But they fight a lot," George said. Magnus stared at the 3 with big angry eyes, making them squeeze their necks in fright. "Chad, your grandma will straighten you out. Duck, Grandma Martha will also turn you into a well-disciplined dragon. And Summer, you were such a sweet girl. I guess I will have to send you to the Phoenixes. They will teach you to be good." He scolded them as if they could understand him. Though the 3 did get the gist that Magnus was angry. "Now, follow me you all." He then took them inside his castle. Duck was going to stay here, and Magnus was not at all worried about him being lonely because the castle was filled with so many animals to make friends with. Chad and Summer were already best friends, so he wasn't going to separate them. It was early morning and everyone was gathered in the Grand Royal Hall, the biggest hall of the castle, with a ceiling so high you could play real Quidditch with multiple teams here. In the middle of the hall was a giant Christmas tree, decorated to the brim. Around it sat the leaders of centaurs, goblins and Vela, with Magnus' parents, Ragnar and Martha. "Mag, why don't you open your present?" Grace asked. "I got presents." "Cool." Magnus excitedly went to the tree and found 4 packages. From Grace, he got a handmade sweater with Chad's pattern on it. "It must be very cold in Hogwarts, wear it," Grace said. Magnus put it on happily. "I love it." He didn't care about how expensive the gift was. It didn't matter as he had all the money he'd ever need. What he really cared about was feeling. Then, he opened the package from Adam. It was a big one. In it, he found a metal gramophone. The weirdest thing was that it could play cassettes instead of vinyl records. "I heard that magic and electronics don't work together. Hence, I modified this portable mechanical gramophone to play cassette. It has the latest spring technology, and with 1 round of winding it up it will run for 60 minutes. Adam explained. Magnus gratefully looked at the present. Seriously, Hogwarts lacked recreational activities. There was no way of listening to music, now he could. "Thanks, Dad. This will help me when Ragnar snores at night," Magnus jokingly said. "Hey! Don't badmouth me before even opening my gift." Ragnar protested. Okay, what's in this little box now? Magnus took the gift from Ragnar. Inside it, he found a little vial. Water? Magnus asked. Ragnar smirked, you sure about that? Magnus's mind worked quickly and he came upon a single possibility. Liquid luck. Ragnar proudly nodded, that's right. I brewed it with the help of Grandma Martha. That's awesome. I'm gonna keep this forever with me. Magnus was excited about it. After this, he opened the gift from Martha. It was a set of chocolates. Lots of them with different textures and flavors. Magnus picked one and ate. In an instant, he felt like melting on the floor along with the chocolate in his mouth. This is so good, Grandma. He praised. Martha chuckled, hee hee. I'm happy that you enjoyed it. If you want more in the future you can ask Grandma anytime. They exchanged a few more gifts that morning. Then after breakfast, Grace and Adam decided to return to their home. Magnus also had some work so he decided to leave. But this time he had the elves to take him. Surprisingly, the castle also blocked elf teleportation. Due to this, even they could only teleport from the special room. Duck had already made new friends with the Nundu and Phoenixes. Magnus would come and visit him every once in a while. He would now need to find a way to keep him around even when he grows up. After all, what would be the point of having a dragon then? The elves held their clothes and teleported away. Left behind, Martha started humming and headed to the royal kitchen. He likes my cooking. I should make something even better now. Magnus came back to their 10-privet drive home. It was Christmas Day, a holiday for Grace and Adam. But, as they had already eaten and now had nothing to do, they decided to do some office work. Grace was working on some personal projects and Adam was doing the same. He was working on a new car engine all by himself, his dream project. Seeing this, Magnus said he wanted to meet Bobby and so he left with Ragnar. As soon as he left, Adam came to Grace and asked, did he tell the truth? No, Grace replied while reading a document. Why does he lie to us nowadays? Adam wondered. Because he has headaches now and he does not want to pass them on to us. I can only imagine the pressure on him for being the next king. Grace worriedly said and sighed. But she had no idea how deep in problems Magnus really was. To most people, being the next king or heir of Merlin was an amazing thing that only a supremely lucky person would get. But, in reality, all these bloodlines, although made Magnus stronger and richer, also painted a big bullseye on his back. I hope he starts sharing things with us more, Adam muttered. Magnus had called Ted to meet him in the same old coffee shop that day. The reason was business, of course. He needed some cash money because even with all his gold, he couldn't just use it in the Muggle world. Also, he didn't go to the goblins as their exchange rate was not too amazing. So, he had some other idea of making some big money. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 5 comments. Vote. Chapter 98, 98. Another attack. Ted arrived in time. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Ted. I called you today to make some good money. Do you know any big auctions that are going to take place anytime soon around the world? A place where some super rich people might come? Magnus asked. Ted rested back in his seat as he started thinking. I did read about one that's going to happen in Saudi Arabia. It's organized by the country's prince and many super rich will come there. Wonderful, when is it? Magnus asked. The 31st of December. It's being called the New Year auction. Ted answered. Can we put some things for auction there? He inquired. Ted got more attentive now. What is it? Hey! Are you selling my potion? Ragnar suddenly voiced. No, Rag. Why would I sell it to muggles? It's this I'm selling. Magnus said as he put the blue diamond on the table. Ted picked it up and checked. It was very clear, but it lacked a shape. This means it was untampered. It would get a very good price because this was a huge fist-sized blue diamond. Magnus started, I checked the books, there is no other diamond as big as this in the whole world. Let alone, this is a blue one. I am expecting at least $500 million for this as it'll be a once-in-a-lifetime chance for someone to get it. I will even offer free carving or cutting of the diamond however they want with 100% no damage guaranteed or money back. $500 million. And I think you just might get that amount as long as we can get this diamond checked and officiated. Ted said. Where can we get it checked? Magnus asked. Gringotts, of course, Ted suggested. Magnus looked at him doubtfully. Would their certification even be valid in the Muggle world? Of course, they aren't rich just by working for wizards. They also invest money in the Muggle market. They own lots of subsidiaries that are Muggle companies. Ted revealed. Even Magnus didn't know this and it actually made sense. Goblins didn't care about anything except money and they hated everyone equally. So they would surely invest in the Muggle world. That makes our job easier then. Goblins of Gringotts are my buddies. Magnus happily exclaimed and got up. Do you know how to apparate? He asked. Ted nodded, I do, but I can't guarantee to take others along with me. I'm not the best at it. No problem. I will call my elf, Magnus replied, and they went to an empty alley from the coffee shop. Abraham Lincoln, come here. He called out. Pop what can I do for you, sir? Can you take us to Diagon Alley? Magnus asked. Of course. I know that place. So, ignoring the shocked face of Ted because of the elf's name, they teleported to Diagon Alley. Thank you, Abe, you can go back now. I will call you again when I have to come home. He said and headed to the bank. But as soon as they started walking they were interrupted. Mr. Pendragon. Please wait. Here you go. Have some spicy ice cream. I made this by taking inspiration from your exceptional fire magic. I have named this dragon spice flavor. Florian Fortescue, the owner of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, enthusiastically greeted him. All this was not because of his fame. These people genuinely liked him. Because he paid to repair the damage caused to Diagon Alley when he was attacked here. Everyone knew that Magnus didn't need to do it, but he still did out of compassion, as many of these shops don't really make a lot of money and couldn't afford repairs. While greeting so many people, he finally arrived at the bank. The goblins there also treated him very kindly, as he was still secretly somewhat a controller of the bank. He was immediately taken to the private luxury room and the head goblin of the bank arrived. The head goblin was named Nofgor. "Please, drink the tea, Your Majesty." "Very few get the chance to taste the goblin-made special tea," he said after another goblin brought some refreshments for them. Magnus took the gesture of friendship and drank it. It immediately touched his throat. It was spicy, but not the chili spicy, it was herbal. A lot of ginger in it. "This is actually very nice. I like it, Nofgor," Magnus praised. Nofgor showed a wide goblin smile. "I knew you would like it. With your Pendragon blood, you can even drink fire and enjoy it. So, how can I be of service today?" Magnus didn't talk around and put the diamond, the sword and the old coin on the table. "I want you to verify these items and certify their quality. I will be auctioning them in the Muggle world." Nofgor looked at the 3 items. The coin was of no interest to him, as it was mere gold to him. Then he looked at the big diamond. It was certainly very enticing, but they had many diamonds in their vaults, not as big but still. What attracted him was the sword. He immediately picked it up and checked it closely with his monocle. Ah! Such work! But not of a goblin. Someone learned from a goblin and made this. Let me see the hilt." He started muttering. Magnus was surprised by Nofgor's behavior and was now very interested in the sword. Then, Nofgor exclaimed, "Aha! I knew it. Your Majesty, where did you get this sword from?" "From my vault," Magnus revealed. "Ah! No wonder. This sword once belonged to a well-known king, Ragnar Lodbrok. His Majesty Arthur Pendragon must have defeated him and taken it," Nofgor revealed. Ragnar, hearing his own name, got interested in the sword. He took it from the goblin to check it out. His eyes shined as he swayed his fingers over its shining blade. Magnus also realized what kind of foolish deed he was going to do. Probably every single thing in his vaults, every single book, sword, armor must have a great history related to it. It was something to be kept close to, as it was invaluable. A part of history. Just at that moment, Magnus decided what he was going to do. Once he becomes the king, he will create the world's largest and safest history museum. But, about this sword. He looked at the sword and asked, "Nofgor, I decided not to sell it. But, I want you to make an engraving on its hilt, under the name of its previous owner." "Sure, what do you want on it?" Nofgor asked. "I want you to enchant the hell out of it too. Make it a fine deadly weapon that can cut anything and withstand anything. And put the name Ragnar Ulrich Ouroboros on it," Magnus instructed. *ting*. Ragnar dropped the great sword on the table. "Are you sure?" Aye, this must hold precious value to the history. Ragnar Lodbrok is dead, he left this sword to rot. You may carry it now and continue the journey of this sword. It's yours. You also said you wanted to learn swordsmanship," Magnus clarified. Nofgor nodded and took the sword to work on it. Then, he looked at the coin. "This is a simple 10th century coin, but it's very rare now. The diamond is also real, I don't need to touch it to see its authenticity. The grade is flawless. I will get you the certifications for the two. The sword you may take in 5 days. It will cost you 5,000 galleons. Magnus knew this was a pretty discounted price for what he wanted Novgorod to do, since they don't normally work for muggles. Sure. I'll transfer the money later. Magnus agreed and shook hands. In just 30 minutes, they even got the certification of authenticity and grade. Okay, let's prepare to go to Saudi Arabia now. Ted, we will use the ministry-authorized portkey this time. Magnus started planning. Yes, we will do that, Mr. Pendragon. But I must go back and start making some telephone calls first. It's better to have some contacts there before going. Ted said and immediately left, even forgetting that Magnus could have gotten him back faster. Now, it was just Magnus and Ragnar. You wanna buy some potion materials? He asked. Ragnar nodded. Yes, I do actually. By the way, Mag. Thanks for another precious gift. Magnus shook his head. Hey, my mummy treats you like her son. We're brothers now, stop saying thanks for everything now. Ragnar smiled and headed to the potions shop. Is that him, right? A hooded person at a distance spoke. There were 3, in total. They were observing Magnus for a while now. Yes, that's it. The second man confirmed. How do we start? Directly or indirectly? The third one asked. Let's go direct. Follow me. First man decided and started walking towards Magnus, who was standing outside the potions shop and reading a catalogue in the showcase. Just as he was reading, he felt someone watching him intently. Then, that feeling started getting stronger and closer. His face turned serious and he grunted, "Tilda, not again, Tilda." He put his right hand under his jacket and held his wand. Then he heard someone call him. Magnus Grantim Rice Pendragon. Magnus didn't wait. He instantly turned around and cast a full-body binding curse at the guy in front. Petrificus totalus. Asterisk cling, asterisk. Magnus summoned his hope sword and put it on the neck of one man and his wand in front of the face of the other. Asterisk footsteps asterisk. All of a sudden, most of the shop owners in the vicinity came out of their shops running with wands out. They encircled Magnus and the 3 men. Their wands focused on the 3. How dare you attack His Majesty? Florian Fortescue shouted. Soon, other shop owners did the same. Fear and regret appeared on the faces of all 3 seeing the situation they were in. Then, one with Magnus' sword on the neck cried, "We did not mean to attack His Majesty." /N, Magnus will be going back to Hogwarts soon. But, as so much has already happened, this new semester will not have much exciting stuff going on except some chapters with the Marauders and other original characters in, and then will be a small time skip to summer holidays. You can see the sword on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. A stone please. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal 1 stone equals 1 sword that can turn into a banana. Effect, attracts monk and helps you befriend them. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 99. Complicated love. What the hell happened now? Ragnar came out of the shop with his arms full of boxes. Seeing the crowd outside left him in shock, seeing Magnus at the center made him relaxed. He went to Magnus calmly and asked, "What happened?" "I have no idea. They jumped and just rushed on me from behind," Magnus said. "No. We didn't mean to attack you. We just wanted to talk to His Majesty," one of them shouted. Seeing sincerity in his voice, Magnus lowered his sword and wand. "What do you want to talk about? And what's with this shady get-up?" Magnus asked them. We are the managing members of the army of Merlin. Lots of Muggleborns, squibs and other marginalized wizards formed this group after hearing about you. We consider you our leaders," they said. Magnus sighed. "What's the goal of your group?" "To survive, to never be discriminated against by the purebloods and the terrorists. To get a voice to negotiate with the ministry," they answered. Magnus shook his head. "Then you came to the wrong person. By associating with me, you will be much more heavily targeted by those you want to be protected against." "We will fight," they insisted. "Get a job, work and make money. Marry someone if you haven't and live a happy life. Why do you want to waste your time and energy on this?" Magnus asked. "Marry someone? Why would we marry an innocent muggle and have them be targeted by the purebloods too? Why should I have a child when I know they will be discriminated against? We want an end to this bigotry, that's it. And for it, we are ready to fight. We know what you did a few days ago, how you alone killed 4 of Death Eaters. Everyone is silently talking about it. Tell me, if even you, the one with the royal pure blood of King Arthur and the powerful blood of Merlin is called a mudblood, and is attacked, what does that make us? Even less than dirt?" The one who was under full body binding charm not long ago asked. Magnus honestly had no answer to this. And what the man said also hit him. Indeed, if even the king is considered a mudblood, what does that make normal people? Magnus sighed. "Okay, give me your contact information. I will contact you when I am prepared to do something." The 3 men quickly handed him an address and thanked him multiple times. After that, Magnus pushed them to their homes. The more they stayed there, the more they will be targeted by purebloods later. Then, he also returned to his home to tell his parents about the upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia. "Mom, Dad, we're going to Riyadh for New Year, let's pack up," Magnus shouted as soon as he entered the house. Adam froze midway, the chicken wings he was eating also froze just near his wide-open mouth. Grace too had the same reaction as she looked at Magnus from the sofa. In the background the TV was making a noise. Why is it that whenever you enter the home it is always something explosive? Where did this plan come from now? Grace asked. Magnus smiled like the pure innocent boy he was and ran into the arms of his mother to be spoiled. Actually, he was just buttering her up, but still. "Mummy, do you remember when we bought a new house?" he asked. "Yes, what about it?" she asked back. "Well, I got no money to pay for it. I mean, all my wealth is in the form of gold and precious stones. If I were to use the gold directly, it would destroy the gold prices around the world and could even cause major economic problems for the world. So, I have decided to sell a big blue diamond in the upcoming auction for super rich people in Saudi Arabia. Magnus revealed. Grace stopped caressing his head. You are certainly too smart for your own good now. You knowingly told us about this now because we cannot do anything other than accepting it. But, did you forget we got 2 million from the crown? No. We will not use that money. That is your personal funds. And I told you because I knew you wouldn't let me go alone, although I could do it, Magnus explained. No. Never. You are too small to be traveling to such places alone. We will go there. She instantly said. Tilda, oh mum, how will I ever tell you the dangers your son faces every day? Tilda, Magnus thought deep inside. What about you, Dad? Magnus asked. Well, if even Grace is going, then I will too. Besides, it's been a long time since we had a trip. I think the last time we went out of the country was when you were just 1. You kept yourself stuck to the plane window the whole time, you didn't move even when you spoiled your diapers. Adam also agreed, though the story he told was unnecessary. But Magnus didn't want his parents to be exposed to the ministry, as to use ministry-authorized portkey, one needed to go there. Okay. I will book first-class seats for all of us. Our vacation is going to be fun. As always, with the mention of a vacation, Magnus gets too excited. Cokeworth. Snape put on his best suit and went out of the house. His destination was the tree under which he met Lily for the first time. The day he met her was a very depressing one, originally for him, as he just had a fight with his dad and even saw his mother being beaten for the first time. Then, he met Lily, a simple Muggle-born girl, confused about her magical abilities and bullied by her own sister for them. He hated her sister with all his heart. He had the bracelet ready in his pocket right now and had gift-wrapped it himself. Soon, the big tree came into his view, and there she was. In her winter dress, but her red hair was as shining as in a beautiful spring day. Merry Christmas, Sev. Lily cheerfully greeted. Her radiating smile made Snape feel warm. He would normally not talk sweetly to anybody, but Lily was different. Same to you, Lily. Here, a present from me. Lily got excited and quickly started opening it. Thank you, Sev. Soon, she had the bracelet in her hand and she awed at its beauty. This was the first time someone gifted her jewelry. Her parents still treated her like a small child and gifted her dolls. Now, she truly felt like a grown-up. This must be very expensive, Sev. Why did you waste so much money? She quickly asked. She knew the financial situation of Snape and didn't want to be the reason for his problems. Snape lightly smiled. It cost me nothing, trust me. Besides, I am now earning money from my new patent. Also, there is another surprise. I just moved into your neighborhood with my mother. We live a few houses away from you. Lily was indeed surprised by this. Does that mean, now I won't have to get bored at home? Hey, do you have a potions lab in your home? Maybe we can practice together. Tilda, I must build a potions lab quickly. Tilda, Snape decided in his heart. Not yet, but I will as soon as I get my paycheck from the patents. You can come to my home anytime then. We can learn advanced potions together. He offered. That would be wonderful, and then we can. They talked about potions for a long time as they both loved this subject. But, there was a difference between them. Although Lily too was hailed as a potions genius by Slughorn, she was still not equal to Snape. The reason was simple, Lily always went strictly by the book. Her potions were perfect according to the book. But at the same time, Snape had more of an out-of-the-box thinking and made corrections to the method in the books and turned perfect potions into extraordinary potions. Magnus was below Lily though, as his success rate was very poor. But, on the side, there was the godly Ragnar, who was mad about potions and now runes. He was bound to be called the biggest potions genius of the century. Snape felt at ease now talking to her. He could see their friendship developing. "So, how's your holiday going?" he asked. "Boring as always. I can't perform magic at home and my sister keeps on annoying me. Mum and Dad are busy with work too." "What about you?" she asked back. "Oh, I met my friends and traveled to some places," Snape replied. "Really? Was there Magnus too?" "He was crazy in the Quidditch matches. To be honest, I hated that sport, but looking at him play it made it so exciting. He's so good at everything too. Well, except potions. I can't believe I know the future King of Britain." She spoke non-stop. The more she spoke, the more Snape's face fell. A realization came to his mind, so she likes him. Yes. After that, Snape just kept on giving normal, obvious replies to her. Soon, lunchtime came and they said goodbye and went home. Snape was now depressed as compared to his happy mood early in the morning. /n, let's be honest here, girls, especially the young ones, always pick the good-looking guy over everything else. They'd pick the hot guy even if the other choice is a billionaire average-looking guy who loves her dearly. This can go both ways though, as young boys also tend to only focus on looks. Snape, in the canon, was said to be not so good-looking. So, it's obvious that a popular girl like Lily will not just automatically fall in love with him because he's nice to her. And no, there is not going to be a dumb scenario where Snape will get angry at Magnus. There were supposed to be 2 chapters today that would have made everything clear, but it's taking me some time to get back to my earlier writing speed. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****, Franklin Wally ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 baby gorilla. 50% chance of it growing into a super gorilla. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 100. Auctioning with Auctioneer. After returning to his home, Snape went straight to his room, ignoring his mother calling him for lunch she made especially for him. She was trying to turn into a good mother now, as the toxicity had left her life and she didn't have much authority to make mistakes. Snape ignored her and locked himself in his room. He went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. I never stood a chance. Look at him. Blood of Merlin, the future King of Britain, whereas I, a poor, ugly, weak pathetic boy. Splash. He filled water in the wash hand basin and drowned his head. He wasn't trying to kill himself, just wanted to space himself out of the sounds around him. Once it was silent, he opened his eyes. Water made it all blurry, but his brain seemed to play games on him as that blur felt like images. Love for someone doesn't always need to be reciprocated. If you truly care for her, you would try to find happiness in the simple fact that she's also happy. You cannot and should not, ever, force your feelings on someone, because, maybe you can overpower them into submission, but would that really be genuine love? These words came to his mind. They were not spoken by Magnus or Ragnar. It wasn't even spoken by someone living. These words were from the portrait of Merlin and Arthur who was inside Merlin's portrait. After this, Snape saw another scene in the water. It was not from much long ago, just from the previous night. "We are brothers, I got your back." These were Magnus' words in the letter. BLBRRRGL. Snape suddenly lost his breath and pulled his head out. He fell on the floor. Ha! Ha! He was breathing heavily. He set his unorganized hair back and sighed. Brothers. Ha ha! What a fool I am! I finally have everything I could dream of, friends who are like family, mother, who's finally free. Money, to finally not be poor. I do like her, but how can I blame her personal choices on Magnus? He doesn't even know about her feelings. She is to Magnus what I am to her. She's even more unlucky, as she's not even his close friend. He talked to himself. He then got up from the floor and tidied his clothes. He again looked at himself in the mirror, now much more confidently. Life has given me another chance. I will not waste it. I will become the best potioneer I can. With Magnus, Ragnar and Bobby, I will help make this world better. After that, he quickly went out of the locked room. He went downstairs to the dining table. There, he saw the lights dimmed and his mother sitting alone, looking at the food on her plate depressingly. Snape felt extremely bad for ignoring her when she was trying her best to be a good mother. So, he put on a smile on his face and went behind her, then, he hugged her neck. I'm sorry, Mum. I will be good now. Let's eat now. After this, we will go to the park. He spoke. Elaine looked at the radiation face of Snape and turned happy. She felt energized all of a sudden and got up to put food on Snape's plate. Yes, let's eat, Sev. My sweet baby. She dotted on him. Tilda, I love this feeling. Tilda, she thought to herself. She had nearly forgotten how to love her own child in the past, but now her mind was in a good place. Sev, you don't have to worry about money all the time. Mummy will find a job soon. I know I'm not very smart or qualified, but I think I can do something out there. She told him. Snape supported her wholeheartedly. She needed to get out of this gloomy place and do something other than just sit home. I know the owner of Potions shop in Diagon Alley, he's looking to hire. Maybe you can be his store clerk. Really? Then I will go and apply there later. She enthusiastically said. Snape just silently smiled, seeing her smile. A line once again resonated in his head and he thought to himself. Tilda, yes, seeing people you care about happy does make you feel happy. Tilda. London, Heathrow Airport. Magnus, Ragnar, Grace, Adam and Ted had come to the airport to catch their flight. It was just one day before the auction. Magnus had actually sent his diamond and the 10th century coin to Riyadh already. It was in the Gringotts branch in Saudi Arabia. Ted was able to get a spot in the final auction. However, the slot of his item was not decided yet as they needed to check it first. They only agreed to give the slot after hearing how big the diamond was. They initially thought Ted was a conman or maybe a prankster. So, he had to say that he represents the owner of Dragon Holdings, who owns 15% of Intel, plus many more. Magnus was also planning on investing in another chipmaker company called AMD, fully known as Advanced Micro Devices. They went looking to go public in 1972 September. Magnus approached them and they agreed to let him invest as his investment would increase company's worth and that would make the IPO better. But the specific details were still being talked about. Poor Ted couldn't have done all this alone, so, even he had formed his own law and consulting firm and named it Tonks and Tonks. Why multiple Tonks? Well, that was for his soon-to-be arriving daughter. Magnus did not invest much in his company. Just 5% stake for initial capital. Then, Ted hired lots of newly graduated kids from famous law schools in the UK and US. He also hired a few old-timers to advise with their expertise. Anyway, Magnus was yet to completely sign the auction contract and he would only do it after blowing the minds of experts there. Mummy! Hurry up! Magnus excitedly ran towards the big 747 aircraft. Grace chuckled seeing him all excited. People also smiled seeing him, an innocent kid having fun. Unknown to all, he was probably the richest man of the past many centuries. Meanwhile, Ragnar was very nervous. This was his first time boarding a plane and he had just one thing to say. Tilda, I feel so much safer on the broom. Tilda. But, thankfully, the first-class seating was so open-spaced and comfortable that Ragnar forgot about his fear as soon as pretty stewardesses started giving them food. Magnus laid back on his recliner sofa seat and talked to Ted. So, how did you get the slot? Let's just say I know a guy, who knows a guy, who knows another guy. And that guy's uncle's wife's father works as a manager for the auction company. He let me have a conversation with the company owner. Ted answered while sipping on whiskey. Magnus made an ugly face and got up to go to his mum for a head massage. Man, you're too drunk. Do you know what you even said? The flight took 6.5 hours to reach Riyadh. There, as first-class passengers, they got to do an easy checkout. But, as they got out of the airport, they realized that their guess that Riyadh would be very warm proved to be wrong. They had to take out clothes from their luggage and put them on as they were currently dressed for warm climate. Ah, no wonder everyone was looking at us as if we were jokers, Adam commented. So, where do we go from here? Magnus asked. The hotel I booked should have sent a big car for us, Ted said while looking at the road. Soon, a long black limousine came towards them. Adam, as a car enthusiast, immediately recognized it. Oh, a 1968 Chrysler Imperial LeBaron. And, as they expected, it stopped in front of them. The driver came out and quickly apologized in English. Sorry, car stuck at parking. Ted shrugged, it's all right. The driver put their luggage in the trunk and brought them to a big 5-star hotel. They had a pretty amazing experience there as people rushed to help them with everything. Tilda home, is this what fat kings of the old days lived like? I hope I don't turn fat after getting crowned. Tilda, Magnus thought. After that, they were helped to their rooms. They had actually booked a whole penthouse with 4 rooms, a living room, a playroom and a kitchen. Mum, Dad, I will return in a while. I'm going with Ted to the auction center. You have a rest, we will explore the city this evening. Magnus told them. Along the way, Grace and Adam had developed a pretty good trust in Ted. And they knew he was also a wizard, so they felt a bit at ease. "Ragnar, wanna come?" Magnus asked. Ragnar didn't reply, and soon snores started coming from the sofa. "Ha ha, I guess he's tired from the jet lag. I'll go then." Magnus left. "So, what do you want to eat, Grace?" Adam quickly picked the menu and they started having fun. It had been so long since they had gone on a vacation. Meanwhile, Magnus reached the auction center. There, he was escorted to the auction company's owner. He had collected the diamond on his way. The owner of the Imperium auctions was an old man. He was probably a local, as he wore the local white robes that men do. He looked at Magnus judgingly, guessing he was unimportant. But didn't take the initiative to speak to show he was the big man. Magnus rolled his eyes and simply put the diamond on his table. And it was not done softly. Magnus put the diamond on the glass table so strongly that it got cracked. But it was an expensive glass and didn't even break them. It now just had a broken texture. However, none of the company men were bothered by the broken table. Their mouths were agape and their eyes were about to fall off their sockets. Then, the old man slowly extended his hands towards the diamond. They were shaking. He tried to pick it up but for some reason felt it was too heavy. That was the weight of the money. A big smile grew on his face. "Mashallah. This is amazing. You did not exaggerate but instead understated its beauty and size. Ah. This should be kept in a museum. But now that it's here, we will do our best to show it to those who dare to have it." Magnus nodded and took their contract paper to read it. It said 10% would be taken by the auction house. Magnus, a person who hated losing too much money, couldn't tolerate this. This diamond was going to sell for hundreds of millions. He scoffed, 3%, take it or leave it. "Ah ha ha. Son, let me talk to Mr. Ted first." He tried to ignore Magnus. Ted frowned. "Mr. Ahmed, you seem to have mistaken. He is the owner of Dragon Holdings and the owner of this diamond." It was another round of shock on everybody's face. Ahmed internally tensed up. Does he even own a bank account? Ah, so you're Mr. Grant. You see, 10% is the standard Ra. He was interrupted by Magnus, who was now playing catch with the diamond. 2%, take it or leave it. You are the customer now, Mr. Ahmed. I can decide not to sell it here and just go to the Queen of England. Or maybe a dictator of some corrupt country. They will pay me whatever I want and there will be no brokerage. Ahmed started sweating. He now saw Magnus as the capitalist demon he used to learn about in school back in those days. "Ah ha ha. Mr. Grant is angry it seems. Please try. You want 1%? Magnus asked again with no expression on his face. Happy smiley. "Yes yes. 3 is fine." Ahmed spoke up grudgingly. Magnus' brow furrowed. The bid ended at 2%. "That's all you get." Wait, are we the auctioneer or is he? Everyone from the company thought. They felt they were losing their hair by each second of interacting with this kid. "Yes, deal." Ahmed agreed. He now just needed to sell it as high as possible and he can still make a decent amount of money. But this diamond will also be an amazing way to increase his company's presence around the world with sensational news. However, he was warned not to reveal Magnus' identity to anybody. /n, woohoo. 100 chapters. We're in the 3-digit now, boys. Please GIB Stone. You can see the 1968 Chrysler Imperial LeBaron on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Franklin Wally. Thank you for your support.